Good evening and welcome to the October 11th, 2023 meeting of the City of Summit Zoning Board of Adjustment. I think they turned the speakers up here, so it's pretty exciting. My name is Stephen Spur. I am chairman of the Summit Zoning Board. In accordance with New Jersey Statute 10:4-10, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to a newspaper of record and been posted here in City Hall. This meeting is a judicial proceeding. Any questions or comments must be limited to the issues that are relevant to what the board may legally consider in reaching a decision, and decorum appropriate to a judicial hearing must be maintained at all times. For the benefit of the interested public, this meeting is being live streamed to the city's YouTube page and also broadcast on Summit's government channel, which is Comcast Channel 34 and Verizon Channel 30. Please note that fire exits to my right, your left, and at the back of the room where you entered. The city has a listening system to assist the hearing impaired. If anyone needs hearing assistance, please obtain the system at the dais and return it after our meeting. Andy Ball is the zoning board's attorney. He will advise board members on matters of law and is the key interface with an applicant's attorney. Mr. Ball does not vote on the applications. Stephanie Sulios is a city employee and is the zoning board secretary. Ms. Sulios assists applicants with the preparation of their applications, planning our agendas, and keeping our meeting minutes. Ms. Sulios does not vote on the applications. Our board consists of 7 regular members and up to 4 alternates. All members can participate in the hearings tonight. Hang in there, we need you for the quorum, all right? All right. All members can participate in the hearings tonight, but a maximum of 7 can vote. Most applications require a simple majority to be approved. Some applications require 5 affirmative votes to be approved. You will be told which majority will be required before we begin our deliberations. Ms. Sulios, will you please call the roll of the members?
Sure. Chairman Spur.
Here.
Vice Chairman Steiner is excused. Ms. Newell is excused. Mr. Gonzalez is excused. Mr. Mullen is excused. Mr. Malay is excused. Mr. Loikitz.
Here.
Ms. Toth.
Here.
Ms. Sager is excused. Mr. Feskins is excused. Mr. Yuko.
Here.
You have a quorum. You may proceed.
We generally hear the applications in the order they are listed on the agenda. We try to have each hearing last no more than 30 minutes, but we do understand some applications are too complex to be heard within that time frame. Each hearing begins with the applicant or their attorney giving an overview of the application and the variances that are required. We then hear from any expert witnesses the applicant may have to help explain the application and why the variances are needed. Board members may ask questions of the applicant, their attorney, and the expert witnesses. Once the board professionals and board members have completed their questioning, the public will have an opportunity to ask questions themselves. This is not the time to tell us what you think about the application. That opportunity comes at the end of the hearing. Please, before you ask your questions, clearly state your name, spell your last name, and provide your address. It is important our court reporter be able to keep a clear and accurate public record. Court reporting is actually done through the audio-visual system, so important you speak into the microphone. After all witnesses have been heard, members of the interested public have their second opportunity to speak, and at that time you may express your opinion, positive or negative, about the application. Then the public hearing is closed and we enter into executive session where board members discuss the application and vote. You will be able to listen to our executive session, but you will not normally be able to participate in the discussion. Most applications are heard and decided in the same evening. If an application requires additional information or testimony that cannot be presented tonight, we will carry your application to another date and it will not be decided during this meeting. Krista Anderson, the city zoning officer, has asked that I remind all applicants they must read carefully the resolution that documents the zoning board's decision and to pay particular attention to the conditions contained in the resolution. For example, if a landscaping plan is required, you must obtain one and submit it to John Linson, the city's forester. If a grading plan is required, you must have one prepared by a civil engineer, submit 3 copies along with the application fee to the city's engineering division. Failure to satisfy all conditions in a resolution will result in a delay in approving your application, as it will necessitate additional follow-up from zoning and other city staff. Resolutions documenting the board's decision will normally be available 1 month after we decide the applications. Before we begin our first hearing of the evening, if you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Before I hand it over to Mr. Wilson and his team, a few quick things I would note. As everyone here likely knows and why you've shown up, we're hearing the continued application for 42 Norwood Avenue for Kent Place School. This is a special meeting dedicated solely to this application, so we're going to make good use of that time. What I will note that the meeting was renoticed at the request of the board, and we are grateful for that as a board. Because this is a special meeting date that's held outside of our normal cadence of meetings, we thought it was important that the public had an opportunity to receive via mail, at least as was designated by statute, notice within that 200-foot radius. So hopefully that's drawn additional attention and focus to the application. So Mr. Wolfson, the applicant, can receive useful feedback, as to the board can receive your input here. Given that the board is constituted of a quorum this evening, how the proceedings will occur is our goal is to complete all testimony this evening. So that means hopefully everything that Mr. Wolfson and the applicant will have to offer, their professional witnesses, questions from the audience, as well as hopefully questions from the general public. What will then occur is on November 6th, which is a regularly scheduled date for the board. That's when the board will deliberate and will vote. At that point, there will be no additional testimony heard. It will just simply be the board's deliberation and vote. So if you've got a question to ask, or as part of the public comment section at the close, you want to offer your perspective, we welcome it, hopefully this evening, and ask you to do everything that we can to have all that testimony collected this evening. Andy, anything else you want to add? Okay, I've been coached well. Mr. Wolfson?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members, board professionals. Peter Wolfson of Dave Pitney here again for the continuation of the public hearing.
Yes.
We do have a court reporter, a human court reporter. She is delayed, but
Okay.
she's expected to be here in a moment.
Okay.
Okay. May I be seated?
You may be seated.
First of all, thanks, special thanks for coming out on yet an extra night to hear another application, so we appreciate it greatly. As you heard last time, at the beginning of the public hearing, this application seeks preliminary and final site plan approval for the construction of a leadership center, a new building addition in place of a portion of it.
Yeah, your mic might not be as projecting as much as mine does. So
Okay.
use your outside voice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The applicant seeks preliminary and final site plan approval for construction of a leadership center, a new building addition in place of a portion of its existing art center and field house building. Tonight is a continuation of that public hearing. At the September 6th meeting, you heard testimony from the applicant's representative, Chris Bonner. He is the Director of Operations, and the project engineer, Robert Walsh, detailing the existing site conditions, operations for the school, and the proposed development. Through the testimony, you heard that the new building addition represents a modernization of the arts and athletic facilities for Kent Place School. The existing arts building was originally constructed in 1935 and remodeled to incorporate the theater and field house in 1952. It is obsolete and inadequate to accommodate necessary programming for the school. As you heard from Mr. Bonner, the school itself dates back to the late 1880s. At the initial hearing, we received some helpful feedback from the board, its professionals, and members of the public. Namely, there were comments and questions relating to the landscape buffer along Norwood Avenue, timing and intensity of site lighting, location of the utility hot box, and the use of the facilities for third-party rentals. We are pleased to report that these items have been addressed as part of a revised submission made to the board on September 29. We ask for the record that that submission, along with the prior submissions, be considered as part of the record. In that submission, we confirmed that the applicant has agreed to enhance the landscape buffer along Norwood Avenue with additional evergreen plantings. Our project engineer will present an exhibit tonight that shows the enhanced buffer from Norwood Avenue. The applicant has also agreed to put site lighting on a timer so that lights are turned off at 10:30 p.m. each night. The lighting intensity in all cases will comply with all city code requirements, and these items will also be confirmed by our architect. The applicant met with the city forester on site, who again confirmed that many of the trees slated for removal in conjunction with this project are already sick, dead, or dying. At that meeting, the applicant agreed to save any smaller trees that can be relocated or elsewhere to elsewhere on the campus. And although the testimony was entered and supplemented by a supplemented landscape plan that was sent with our resubmission, we are replanting 22 trees, plus now 16 additional trees at Norwood. We are also doing 46 shrubs and 77 perennials, so quite extensive planting. As you heard, the applicant has more than adequate parking pursuant to the city's ordinance requirements for educational institutions. In fact, more than 100 excess above what the ordinance requires. Following the first hearing, though, we went above and beyond, and since there was a question raised relative to rental of 3 of the aspects of the new leadership center, the theater, the gym, and the multipurpose, we did a supplemental analysis which shows that we have sufficient parking even if all 3 of those facilities were used at the same time. And you heard testimony from Mr. Bonner that that is not the case. As indicated in that submission, there are a handful of events that the school hosts during non-school hours where the school believes that it will exceed on-campus parking capacity. In those instances, the school has an agreement with the Jewish Community Center and Lincoln Hubbard Elementary School for overflow parking. In recognition of the concerns raised by some of the board members and some members of the public, the school is willing to suggest the following. They previously agreed that there be no third-party use during school hours. Third-party use of the facilities would be limited to hours between 6 and 9 p.m. on weekdays, 1 to 9 p.m. on Saturdays, and occasionally 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Sundays. They also would propose not to host any third-party uses during one of its major events that will be exceeding parking on site. These are in addition to the continuation of its significant staffing by the school's internal security team to manage traffic and parking, and placing neighborhood signage where appropriate to discourage and limit any street parking. Last, our project engineer did reach out to the water utility relative to a possible relocation of the hot box and was advised that the location had to be there pursuant to the utility. We have agreed to place an additional evergreen tree to further enhance the buffer surrounding the hot box. Access to the hot box is required, however, so there has to be some area of access. We also understand that some members of the public were concerned with parking during drop-off and pickup hours. Although anyone is legally permitted to park on the street, the school will continue to advise visitors to utilize the on-site drop-off and pickup access loop and will advise them to avoid parking on surrounding streets. We did receive a couple of updated review letters following our September 29 submission, including one from your zoning officer dated October 6th, one from the Environmental Commission dated October 3, in which they said they were pleased to see certain features and had no objections. And then all other city staff and agencies did not have comments or objections on the revised submission. These updated letters and memos are in addition to the ones that I put on the record at the first hearing. Update on the status of our outside agency approvals. We continue before the Union County Planning Board. We did receive an initial review, which contained only one comment, which is not a problem from our perspective. And we received minor comments from the Somerset Union Soil Conservation District. Neither one of those initial feedbacks causes any material interference with the plan that's before you. Our proposal tonight in terms of witnesses is our project engineer, Peter Bachman of JCJ Architecture. He'll discuss the floor plans, elevations, and signage proposed for the addition. He'll also touch on the important reasons for which we're seeking a height variance and floor area ratio variance. Last will be Kate Keller, our project planner. She'll discuss the planning proofs for the variances. With me in attendance again are Chris Bonner and Robert Walsh, who testified last time. We also have a representative from the construction company that will undertake the project, should we be approved, James Pittman of John O'Hara Company. And as it was last time, we have the head of school, Dr. Jennifer Galambos, and the president of the Board of Trustees, Ms. Ann Grisinger. So if there are no, I appreciate the indulgence with that. If there's no questions, I'd like to call our first witness, Peter Bachman.
I actually have one question. And it's the second page of the statement regarding parking, traffic, and events renters on campus. Can do the math on your chart, but I just don't know what GFA stands for.
Gross floor.
Gross floor area.
Thank you.
Cool.
You're the architect.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question.
Yeah, please go.
I appreciate your statement and the organization statement that sounds like we're going to have fewer and more constrained outside rentals. But the zoning officer did have, I think, a very good suggestion to submit an annual report from the school to either her or the DCS of the number, the dates, activities of rentals to outside organizations. I kind of like that. Would you have any objection, the applicant have any objection to submitting that kind of annual report?
No, we can provide that.
Then I would ask that that be added as a condition, if we approve it.
And then just procedurally, Stephanie and Mr. Wolfson, do we need to enter any of these exhibits as enter a number here?
They actually sent me the presentation ahead of time, and that's going to be A2.
Okay, excellent. And then for clarity, we've heard, we're going to hear this evening from which witnesses and just in which
Our
order?
architect and our planner.
Architect and planner. Okay, wonderful. Tom?
Not to prolong this, but I did have a conversation with Chris Anderson, the zoning officer today, who wanted to elaborate further on, I guess, the third-party use of the site. So
Okay.
on the one hand, we did review the correspondence that indicated, some constraint on these uses and the suggestion for the annual report. But could you maybe just give an overview of the current operation or users of the site? Is that something you'd be willing to provide now or maybe at some point in your presentation?
Well, I think we provided testimony that it's only nonprofit organizations.
Right.
Remember all the rest of the comments by Mr. Bonner.
I'll defer to the board if you want more information.
Okay. I think we heard extensively from Mr. Bonner. Mr. Bonner still probably has nightmares about that, but if as part of perhaps the additional, especially the planning testimony, that we feel it appropriate to revisit that element, we could always recall Mr. Bonner to clarify that again. So keep an ear out for that. If you feel like it's a missing component, especially with the planning discussion, we can reiterate those points. Okay. All right,
Great.
Mr. Wolfson, you may bring up
Mr.
your
Bachman.
next witness. We're going to swear you in here.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And please state your name, spell your last name.
Peter Bachman, B-A-C-H-M-A-N-N.
Thank you. Can you briefly describe your background and experience, please?
Sure. So I'm an architect. I'm a principal in the firm JCJ Architecture. I've been a licensed architect since 1985. I'm licensed, and I have to look at my paper to remember how many, but in New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Nevada, Ohio, Arizona, and there are a couple of others as well. My firm has accomplished about 250 or so school projects in the last 20 years. And we've been working with Kent Place for a number of years now on this project.
You've been accepted as an expert in the area of architecture by other boards.
I have, and I've testified and presented in front of many public entities over the years.
We asked that you be accepted as an expert in the area of architecture.
Any questions from the board, or would you like to accept his
We'll
credentials?
accept your credentials.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Peter, did your office prepare the plan submitted to the board last revised June 13, 2023?
Yes, we did. Yes.
So can you walk us through this?
Yeah, so I'm gonna walk you through this. If need be, and there's a question about what I'm pointing out, I'm happy to get up and point it out. I think we're familiar, but this is an outline of the existing Art Center and Field House. North, for reference, is to the top of the drawing. And Norwood is on the right side or the east side of the drawing. The intent is that the existing art center will be removed with an addition added to the existing field house. There's also scope related to a new entry drive and a reconfigured entry drive from Norwood into the campus, immediately to the north of the new building. The other thing that I want to point out, and Mr. Wolfson made reference to it earlier, is you'll see on the right side of that drawing along Norwood, you'll see 16 dark colored trees, evergreen colored trees. Those are the 16 trees that we have added since we were here last in September. And you'll see the one at the most northern extreme of that stream of trees is the one that Mr. Wolfson referred to that is further screening of the hot box. So I'm going to describe the building, which is a 3-story building plus a basement. I'm going to start at the top of the building and work my way down. What you see here is the roofs of the buildings with the words existing field house calling out just that. To the far left side of that, you'll see on a smaller wing of the building, you see a curvilinear line. That's describing a rooftop green space. It's about 2,200 square feet. It is an amenity to the building, but it also helps with our stormwater runoff. Well, now I'm going all the way down to the basement, and the basement is primarily locker rooms, mechanical space, storage space, and some coaches' offices, of primarily visiting coaches. Okay, now we're on the ground floor, and I'll take a moment to just go through this. The primary building entrance is off of the entry drive. That primary entrance is to the left of that salmon-colored space, just to be clear. And one would walk in the building, moving down, toward the bottom of the plan, if you will. And on the left side, you will see a new competition gymnasium. And on the right side, you will see a small theater, about 400 seats. The necessity of both of these is really important. And I should say that all of the program spaces in here are really a right sizing of program spaces that already exist on campus, with 2 exceptions. One is that competition gymnasium, which will increase the utility of athletics and the ability to have athletic programming on campus. And the other is at the far left side of the screen, and that is a multipurpose room. Today, there is a multipurpose room in the existing Arts Center. It's about 1,100 square feet. It is inadequate and tremendously undersized, and the new multipurpose room is about 2,200 square feet, about double. Just to be very clear, that multipurpose room is not in the academic role of spaces that can be programmed for classes. This project represents no additional, this project represents no additional enrollment to the school. It is simply a improvement on facilities that currently exist. The space that I mentioned at the very beginning, which is that pink or salmon tone, is a athletic center or machines for the students to use. To the right of that are some small offices and bathrooms. And then to the left of the theater itself is a stage shop in slightly darker blue. Today, the campus has no stage shop, builds scenes on the stage, which takes the theater out of programming for the duration of that construction. This will allow for the school to actually use the theater in a functional way while sets are being built. Okay. Now we've gone one floor up, and just for orientation, the field house is the large rectangle at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. And the reason there's an X through it is because it is a double height space, and this is open to below when you're reading a plan of the second floor. The same is true of the competition gymnasium immediately above that. There is also the extended seating or house seating for the auditorium that is shown in blue immediately to the left of the lobby. And just below that is a dance studio, also shown in blue, with that angular exterior wall facing on internal to the campus onto the playing fields. There also is the roof of that extension to the building that has the set shop in it and the multipurpose room. On that roof is the green space and the green roof that I mentioned earlier. This is the third floor of the building, and the third floor of the building takes the I'm going to call it the track that runs around it and makes a running track. It is not a competition track, but it is a practice track for the students to use within the building so that they now have the ability to practice on site and out of the weather. This is some might say this is a new use, but the fact of the matter is that the students currently use the hallways in the high school for this use. So we are taking away what is a challenging condition and making a proper track for the students to use. And you also see in the theater space to the left, the blue space is mechanical space for the theater, and the diagram to the left of that mechanical space is a series of catwalks to be used for lighting and sound for the theater. The school not only teaches thespians, but teaches technical skills related to theater. Now I'm going to describe, so this is a section through the building, and the diagram on the top right is oriented just as the views we were looking at a few minutes ago, and that horizontal line that runs through it shows you where the section is cut, if you will, and which direction you're looking at. And I tend to try to explain that because not everyone understands what we're looking at. So this is a section through the building, through the theater, which in the drawing below you see on the right side of the screen, and you can see the seating for the theater stepping down toward the stage. And then you can see the stage and the half fly over the stage. To the left of that, you see the lobby where there's gray tones that show a stair that go up through the lobby from the first floor to the second floor and up to the third floor track. And what you see then to the left of that is a view, at least a partial view, through the gymnasium, the new gymnasium. I want to just point one other thing out here, which is you can see at the top of the drawing a call out that says Fieldhouse Roof Beyond. I will get back to this in a couple minutes, but this new building does not exceed the height of the existing field house.
It also is significantly lower than the middle school existing, right?
Yes, it is. So this gives you exactly what Mr. Wolfson was just asking me about. The building to the right, and this is a section taken through that entrance drive from Norwood. The building to the right of that elevation is the existing middle school. That existing middle school is not more than 9 feet higher than the ridge line of the existing field house. And we don't come, the new building doesn't exceed that, doesn't come close to it, but is intended to be at the height and perhaps a de minimis reduction below the height of the field house. So this gives you a sense of what the building might look like from Norwood, from the Norwood entrance to the campus. I'm going to And this is the entrance to the building from that Norwood entrance drive. And what you're looking at here, to the left, you'll remember in an earlier diagram, I showed something in salmon color, an exercise room. Immediately to the left of that entrance, you can see the exercise room. There is a rain garden between the exterior wall, the glass exterior wall, and the white colonnade. And there is a rain garden there that, in addition to the rooftop green space, contributes toward stormwater management. For those of you who have been on campus, you know Mabee House, which is the main administrative building of the school. And this is a view as if you were standing more or less on those front steps of Mabee House, looking eastward across the building. That multi-purpose room is just behind that person who's wearing bright red, if that helps. And the green roof is immediately above that. So this is a view from the apartments on the east side of Norwood, looking at both the existing field house and our new building. The existing trees do a substantial amount of obscurement or obscure the new building. But as Mr. Wolfson mentioned a few minutes ago, we have agreed to put in substantial screening. The specifications that we have are calling for 8 to 10 foot trees. This represents about 2 years of growth.
Just on the first depiction, that one, that includes the trees that are marked to be removed as well, right? That accounts for that?
That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. Thank you. So it does a fair job of obscuring the building. Now, I'd like to jump to the variance we're looking for related to signage. You see, we're proposing that signage on the face of the building. It's called Kent Place Leadership Center, and the call out, for those of you who can't read it, you know what, and I can't read it either. But it's essentially the signage calling out for this is what we're looking for. And I just want to point out that we are looking for a rather small increase from what's required. The letters, so you see these, we're basing it on the signage that's on the existing building. And the signage on the existing building is 9 to 12-inch letters, and we are looking for 8-inch letters where 6 are the code. And we're looking for, I need to just check my notes here. And we're looking for signage that then encompasses an area of 13.1 square feet where code says no more than 8 square feet.
Could you go back one?
Certainly.
Just 1 second. I just want to understand what you said. So that, what I'm seeing there says Kent Place School Leadership Center.
Yes.
That's what you want on the building.
Yes, sir.
That wording to the right, that's just describing.
That's just a call out.
It's not an additional sign.
Correct. Correct. There is, but to your question, below that, to the there is a small bronze sign which toes to all requirements. Clear?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So what we're saying is we don't propose something as large as what's currently there, but large enough that the signage can be legible from the campus, from within the campus. Now, this is difficult, but I'm going to explain what you're looking What you're looking at, and I think you've gotten this presentation ahead of time, if I'm not mistaken. What you're looking at is a light dispersion diagram that shows the foot candles that the light fixtures that we are proposing that are at 30-foot height rather than the 15 as required, shows the foot candles on the ground where that light hits. And there are a number of, just as a point of clarification, there are a number of moves that we can make with light fixtures to control the light dispersion. One of which is there is a reflector within the light fixture. And sometimes those are highly reflective and sometimes those are matte finish. And matte finish creates less dispersion and less glare. And so we are proposing with a matte finish reflector. The second thing is, excuse me. The second thing is that these are LED lamps, and the extent to which they are raised or lowered within the housing controls the amount of light that hits the ground and controls the angle of light. The third thing is that LED fixture is specifically, and you can get them in varying spreads, and these LEDs are designed in the 20 to 30 degree spread, which is rather tight. And the fourth thing to mention is these fixtures will not exceed 3,500 degrees Kelvin, which is part of the requirement here in town. So what this shows you is that all the numbers that are in black are the amount of light that hits the pavement. The numbers above that, which are approximately where the cars are shown in the entry drive, and on the east side of the building, where we hit that retaining wall, they are 0. And the only reason that they don't cover the entire piece of paper is because at a certain point it's et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So there is no light spillage at all outside of the site, and there is no light spill within the required setback.
And in fact, we meet all lighting requirements except in one particular unobtrusive location.
Right.
You referred to it. Can you show us exactly where those 30 lights are mounted?
Yep. So forgive me if I stand up and walk over there.
Rendering, maybe?
Well, what I want to do is I want to point them out here, if I could. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 red dots there. Those are the 8 fixtures Mr. Wolfson is talking about. And then there are 3 more here, and those are the additional ones. And those are all mounted at 30 feet under the eave. And now I'll go back to that rendering. There you see them. So those are the ones that are facing north to the entry drive.
And the function of their height is really an architectural feature as it's incorporated into the building, right?
Exactly.
Are they illuminating the facade, or are they actually providing functional light for the ground space beneath?
They are providing functional light for that space in front of the building. Can I go over there again?
There is a microphone right there that you can use.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Yep. Hello?
Can't promise it works.
Now you can hear me.
There we go. Thank you.
So I'm going to stand over on this side. So the line of light will continue across through this rain garden, up the stairs, out to and just to the sidewalk. So that's where the illumination will be. And then immediately after that point, it drops off to 0. I'm sorry, I'm standing in your way. Right.
So because of the direction with which they're pointing and their anticipated dispersion, we shouldn't expect that light to be cast across the site or in any way kind of encroaching or impinging upon the enjoyment of neighboring properties, for example.
Yep, that's exactly right.
Okay.
And there'll be no additional foot candles contributed to the setback area or the sidewalk along Norwood.
Okay, thank you.
So this is just a further exploration of the exterior of the building. And one of the things I want to point out here is that, again, in that top drawing, you see the gray field where it says Fieldhouse roof beyond. That is the height of the Fieldhouse roof, and the red block to the right of that is the stage house, the half-fly extension at the top of the building, as well as mechanical space enclosure. And unlike many buildings, this mechanical space enclosure will be made of brick, just as the stage house extension is, and that's why it's rendered in red. And the intention there is twofold: one for acoustical control of those rooftop units, and the other is an aesthetic masking of those units. And here is another view. Now, the view on the bottom of this sheet is the view if you are down at the courtyard on the east side of the building, not up on Norwood, but a good 10, 11 feet below that in the courtyard of the building. So what you might see, I think we demonstrated with the view with the additional evergreens. But again, that rooftop of the roof of the Performing Arts Center is the limit and no higher than the Leadership Center, and no higher than the Field House. And as Mr. Wolfson said a couple minutes ago, certainly well under the height of the existing middle school. So that gives you a sense of the exterior of the building, and I am at the conclusion of my testimony.
Yeah, I just have a few questions
Sure.
for you. So, I don't know if you said it or not, but my understanding is that a full 60% or more of the roof area is only 7.5 inches higher than the 35-foot limit. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that is correct.
Okay. And you're talking about the multi-purpose room. That in no account will be utilized as a permanent classroom.
That is correct.
It will only serve students that come out of their other classrooms that are designated as classrooms. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In terms of the height, I know you worked hard, and the FAR, I know you worked very hard to try to come as close to complying as possible. But in that effort, we need a little variance relief on both. Can you just speak to why we can't get the height down to compliance and why we are less than 1% over on the FAR?
Sure. Let me address the FAR first. We are proposing an FAR of 25.26, and as Mr. Wolfson says, that's less than 1% of the available area. That equates to about 2,700 square feet. I think earlier in my testimony, I mentioned that this building is intended to right-size spaces that already existed. But at the same time, we've been very constrained or modest about right-sizing those spaces. A gymnasium is a gymnasium, and the size of a competition gym is pretty well fixed as an industry standard. Most of the other spaces are intended for a certain number of students and a certain program of spaces. Witness the weight room and the circuit that the students are going to use in that weight room required a room of a certain size. The lobby area and the lobby areas in the building are required as interconnective tissue for the buildings, for the building, but it is also program space. In the lobby, there is what I sometimes call a bleacher stair. It is a stair to move from one floor to another, but it also has bleacher-sized stairs that run next to the human stairs. And those are intended to be used, that space is intended to be used as a gathering space. One of the driving forces of this building for the school was to create spaces where the community can gather. So there is, we have done everything we've been able to do to squeeze the square footage to the right size, and hence our request for additional FAR, de minimis amount of
Just
FAR.
maybe to hold on that point for a moment, so
Sure.
we can get the logic kind of correctly, is, for example, the 2,200 square feet that are anticipated for the multi-purpose space. If that was removed, you could come pretty close to meeting the FAR requirements. But what I just wanted to give you the opportunity to comment on is, you're not saying that the site, the entirety of the site, it can no longer accommodate the needs of Kent Place School. We're saying that this particular portion of the site, where the art center is located, where the field house is located, is particularly well suited to accommodate this concentrated overage based upon the programmatic needs of the school. Can you just comment a little bit on that? I don't think you're suggesting that the school has outgrown that site, but I want you to opine on that for a moment.
Thank you. Yep. Let me think about that for a second.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting that the school has outgrown
Okay.
the site. But let's just pick the example that you did. The current Art Center building has the space in it that is the rough analog to this multi-purpose space. That is about 1,100 square feet. It is significantly constrained because of its size to the programs that the school wants to use it for. And once that art center is demolished, there is no parallel space on campus to be used. So one, we're replacing the space, but two, we are right-sizing it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can you also lead us through the analysis you did to try to deal with the height
Yep.
issues?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm just trying to think about where to start. Okay, so there are a number, if you think of a building as a sandwich, and we typically do, and I'm not talking about food, obviously, but if you think of a building as a sandwich, there are height limitations at the top, and then there are technical and logistical limitations at the bottom. What we have done is we have said there are certain minimums. There is a gymnasium, and we talked a moment ago about the standards for size for a competition gymnasium. And this gymnasium has a 26-foot clear floor to underside of structure. Above that is the track, and we've squeezed that as tight as we're able to do, where that is, I just need to refer to my note here, I think we're at 8 foot 8.5 inches from the running surface to the underside of structure. And today we have, we're anticipating 24 inches or 2 feet from above that 8 foot, 8.5 inches to accommodate ceilings, lighting, mechanical distribution, roof structure, and so on, to hold it to that level. At the other end of the building, at the lower end of the building, there is, we have, and you see here in this rendering that the first floor of the building, you enter by going down a few steps. We have pushed the lower floor of the building as low as we can reasonably go in order to stay as close to possible underneath the 35-foot limit. But it turns out with all of those pieces in the sandwich that we can't stay within the 35. But as Mr. Wolfson said, 60% of the roof is a scant 7.5 inches higher than the 35-foot height limit. And the theater stage house is at the same height as the field house, which is yet another 8 feet higher. So we've squeezed it from the top, we've squeezed it from the bottom, and at a certain point, can't squeeze it further and still have a functional facility.
So we've heard about relative to the 35-foot threshold. We've heard about the height relative to the field house, relative to the art center, the existing structure.
Yes.
What's the difference?
Sure. Well, so the floor of the existing art center is at elevation 346, and the floor of this new building is at elevation 342, or 4 feet lower than that.
Okay. And the height though of the new structure relative to the existing structure. So we get some sense of whether or not those
Yeah.
2-year matured evergreen trees are going to be sufficient to provide visual screening. Does that question make sense? I know
Yeah, your
there's
question makes
elevations.
a
Okay.
sense. The height of the existing art center is lower than the field house.
Okay.
The field house is 43.7, right?
Yeah,
And the,
but we don't have the data on the height of the art center.
Okay. So use the field house as our proxy, our
Right.
kind of point of reference.
Right.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
one other thing, I know you incorporated in the design, in your discussions with the applicant, and that is on the 3rd floor level. We're incorporating roller shades to be controlled by time to address any light spillage from those windows in terms of appearance.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, and those will be synchronized with daylight savings time.
Yep, and they'll be motorized, and they will be on an automated system.
I have no further questions.
Okay. I got Nancy and asked questions already, but Tom or Carl, either of you would like to jump in?
I'll take the first step.
Go.
Bear with me while I go through my notes. But
Thank you.
since you were just talking about the issue of the gymnasium height, I think you mentioned that the gymnasium is, consistent with industry standards for a competition gym, and that there's a floor-to-ceiling height of about 26 feet. Does the 3rd floor track increase the height of the building, or would the building be that tall regardless?
Now it's my turn to consult the notes. The answer is no. The track circulates around the gymnasium at the same level as the upper level of the gymnasium.
So it takes advantage of the space that's already there, I guess, for all intents and purposes?
Yep.
Okay. In terms of existing athletic facilities, does the site have an existing gym facility or other space that provides for those types of activities? Forgive me if you touched on that, but.
Yeah, ask the question again, please.
Does the site have an existing gym?
Yes, it's the
Okay.
field
That's
house.
the field house,
That's
right.
the field house.
And The existing field house will remain generally as is?
Will remain generally as is, exactly.
So the site will have the 2 gyms, is that fair to say?
It'll have the field house and a competition gym.
Okay. Bear with me while I flip through here.
Oh, may I just jump in with a clarification?
Sure.
Then is the gym in the field house, currently in the field house, a competition gym? I thought I recalled some testimony from the first time that it was not.
I don't
You may be
know
the
who
wrong person
testified
to
to that.
ask.
Yeah, I think you may be.
I mean, I think that's what you were getting at.
Well, I think the testimony was that the existing facilities are inadequate, and therefore they're introducing a modern competition gym. Is that
And-
accurate?
And I'm not qualified
Right.
to talk about the operations of
Sure.
the school.
All right. I'm just going through my notes in no particular order. You addressed the hot box issue in that it will remain in the existing location. You've added screening. One thing that the zoning officer has tried to instill is perhaps also changing the color of the hot box if possible, so that it's not a metallic color and perhaps green. I know that's,
Mhm.
a level of minutia that,
Yeah,
Certainly, if the utility doesn't have an objection to it, we would definitely want to do that.
just again, to enhance the screening on that particular issue.
Mhm.
You addressed a lot of my concerns, so that's what I got. With respect to the landscaping, I see that you've added additional screening along Norwood Avenue. We do have a question just about the particular species. In this past year, I reviewed screening for another school in Bergen County that uses white pines, and I think the experience is that over time, the lower limbs no longer provide a screening effect, so just maybe that's something we should review further. It should be dealt with as a condition, and I know the city forester typically handles that, so
sure.
to not step on his toes, it's just
Yep.
an item we wanted to address.
We'd be happy to work with the forester
Okay.
to get the most appropriate evergreen or type of tree.
Right, thank you. Then, in general, I guess we just have a question pertaining to maybe some of the design choices of the building. So, obviously, based on that rendering, I guess we could consider this a fairly modern design, which, somewhat of a departure from what currently exists on site and, some of the buildings that date back, several decades. So could you maybe just discuss how you arrived at some of the design decision-making?
Yep, happily. Let me
I just draw particular attention to the HPC chair's description of existing buildings as Tudor revival style with steeply pitched gable roofs and half timbering, as opposed to, quote, the modern design with flat roofs, large areas of glazing, and horizontal proportions.
Right.
So,
Right. So, I'll tell you how the genesis of the design ties in to the existing campus. You can see on the right side of this view, Maybe House. And Maybe House has a colonnade there on that southern wing. The new Center for Innovation, that building that exists already on the north side of the drive, of the entry drive, likewise has a colonnade, has a pergola, has an entry colonnade, and a colonnade surrounding part of the building. So we wanted to extend that idea around the lawn of the campus so that it's both on the east side of the lawn, on the west side of the lawn at Maybe House, and now on the south side of the lawn on the new Leadership Center. So that's the genesis of that colonnade that extends the width of the building from east to west. The materials of the building are intended to recall the materials of the existing campus. That is to say, white stucco, dark wood, and we've seen how the dark wood is used in half timbering, but in this case, it becomes the surround for that colonnade, if you will. And likewise, natural wood, and you saw that on the earlier rendering of the, I'll just go there. Natural wood on the soffit of the roofs, to bring to mind the natural materials of the campus. Likewise, the intent is the brick to match the brick that's used in multiple buildings on campus, and particularly the closest building, which is Mabee House. So while the building is a different expression, it is the materials and the architectural expression are intended to make it of this school.
So drawing a gastronomical analogy, it's Tudor Revival deconstructed, the elements of Tudor Revival in a modern form.
I'm not sure I would have said that way, Mr. Chairman. But I would say it's taking some of the materials that make Kent Place, and using them to enhance the campus.
Was it impractical to design a structure of this size and function in a true Tudor Revival style?
We worked long and hard with the school to determine what the future of the school, what the future of the school will be, how it wanted to express itself and position itself, and bring itself into arguably the 22nd century. So it's a building that is intended very much to reflect who the school is, but also who the school will be.
So are you seeking waivers then from the design guidelines included in Summit's DRO to accommodate for this aesthetic change?
Let me address that, because this
Okay.
may be new information.
Yeah.
So, and I'll do my best to elaborate. So, referring to section 35-14.1A of the DRO, the city's development regulations ordinance, and that section A talks about the purpose of the city's general design requirements, and it talks about promoting consistency with existing development and surrounding development in general, and also refers to what are known as the city's development design guidelines were adopted within, let's say, the last 3 or 4 years. And the design guidelines are meant to function as design guidelines or principles as a reference to both the planning board and zoning board when reviewing site plan applications, which may or may not include variance relief. And so to consider these principles when reviewing in this case, requests for D3 conditional use variance relief, D6 height variance relief, et cetera. And in general, some of these principles discuss goals for siting, building scale, massing, height, proportion, et cetera. So again, recognizing this may be new to you, I'll hand you my copies of this so your team can have an opportunity to review, and maybe your planner might be prepared to address these.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll let Tom, if you have anything else you want to bring into the conversation, unless there's immediate reaction to kind of the design waiver question. Otherwise, I'll kind of.
So, well,
give
to
you a
answer your
pause,
question
yeah.
about the waivers, there's no relief per se that is required for maybe a deviation from the guidelines. Again, they're more or less meant to inform the board in their decision-making as another component in their deliberation.
Okay.
That's it.
Carl?
Thank you.
What do you got?
Just one question, mostly engineering, but for the architect, the temporary lighting that you have, and it's going to be shielded with Norwood Ave, could you just explain what's going on with that, how long it's going to be temporary in that effect? Is it just during construction? Is that how you see it? What's your?
So the lighting that I showed is not temporary lighting, but is building architectural lighting.
Okay,
Perhaps you're referring to.
it's got to be during construction then, so that would probably be engineering.
And that was, I think that testimony was given last time we were here by
Okay,
our engineer.
okay. I'll have to check our notes on that.
Thanks, Carl.
Yep.
Anything else, Mr. Wilson, you'd like to offer? Otherwise, I have a couple questions, but any other members of the board have some
Mhm.
questions? Claire, Scott, there's not
yeah.
a lot of us.
Oh, I've got a couple, but they're probably pretty minor. Just in the renderings, it looked like the ramp that would make it possible for mobility and challenged folks to get into the building is towards the left. Presumably, this is ADA compliant. I just didn't-
Completely
yes.
ADA compliant,
Okay.
including an elevator.
Yes,
Yep.
that I saw.
Yep.
And your testimony on the signage here, again, maybe I'm asking a question Mr. Bonner should be answering, but when you were giving us photos of comparisons, there was the Haydn-Watson Theater. It doesn't stretch the imagination to suggest that there might be a name added to this building down the road. And
That's a little plaque, isn't it, right?
that'd be a really little
$2 million,
plaque.
right?
Yeah, that would be a really little plaque. And I'm not quite sure what the question is. I mean, do we want to consider that the name of the building may end up being a lot longer than is shown on that picture?
The Dietz Toth Family Leadership Center? You
My
didn't-
kids
you
went-
didn't send
my
that
kids
to
went
us.
public.
Right, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Wolfson.
Currently, the request is for that specific maximum square footage of
Okay.
the area and the size of the letters.
Mhm.
It's an excellent point.
Mhm.
I don't know that we discussed it on our many conferences. I will ask my client.
Okay. And sort of to guide your consideration of, I don't want to call you Tom, but I don't know your last name, the planner's question.
A lot of people call me Tom.
Okay, well, I mean, just, maybe you could spitball how tall the building might have to be to have the pitched roof of a Tudor revival structure.
So the pitched roof, the challenge with the pitched roof is that it encloses a very small amount of area. So I appreciate your question. And this building has a great deal many uses within it. As I testified, this is right-sizing what has historically been undersized at the school. So in order to put a pitch roof, to think of it in the most simple terms, which is not generally how we think or how we approach a problem, but you asked me to spitball. In the simplest terms, putting a pitched roof on this building would increase the height significantly, and significantly over where we are today, and significantly over the existing field house, and probably over the height of the middle school as well.
That's a good question. All right. Scott or Tom, any questions? No? Scott? No? Maybe if we can talk a little bit about the rooftop green space. I don't want to dwell maybe too much on the operations of it. This board has beaten to death operational consideration of rooftop space. But can you speak a little bit about lighting specifically, maybe to an extent operationally, kind of programmatically, what it's intended to be as a space of reflection, used for temporary classroom activities, but I assume it was designed with a particular use outside the rain garden feature.
Yeah, so as far as lighting is concerned, when we design the lighting, which we have not yet done, it will be in complete compliance with the local regs. The use of the green space is intended to soften this terrace, which can function in many different ways. It can function as a gathering space for students. It can function as a gathering space for the school community. It can function as an overlook to the sporting fields, which are immediately to the south of that. So there are many ways that it can be used. And while we haven't programmed the green space, it can be used as a place where students can plant and learn about the natural world.
So we may expect some seasonal seating. We may expect nighttime use.
You may expect evening use. I mean, to the extent that the school has nighttime use, and I think others have testified to the hours of those, it might fall within those windows.
Okay. Any plan for audiovisual equipment, sound equipment, speakers?
No plan.
All right, Mr. Bonner's screaming in the top of his whisper here that no. Okay, thank you. Okay. That's my question on the rooftop green space. I think
Thank you.
That's okay. Any other directional signage that you anticipate that you'd want to call attention to? A leadership center is an awfully generic and encompassing term, given that there's athletic facilities incorporated within the space. Is there any other additional directional or signage that you'd want to draw attention to the board outside of the building?
Yeah, I was just going to
Inside,
say,
I would
to the extent that it's
Yeah,
outside the building, it's not contemplated.
okay. We talked about heights, we talked about design guidelines. Any impact to, and this is a bit of engineering, so if you choose to pass it to another member of the team, any new light posts being added directly outside of the building, or anything, again, just outside the building to affect the light plan that we should be aware of?
Yeah, so, as I said earlier, most of that testimony as it related to
Engineer.
non-architectural lighting
Mhm.
was given last time.
Okay, great. And then just, you can choose to answer this to the extent that you want. The photograph on Norwood, or the rendering, I should say, on Norwood with the many evergreens, from the perspective of tying the campus into the community, this very clearly sends a signal, to me at least, of wanting to close the campus off to the community. And for a variety of reasons that makes sense, security, for example, during school hours. Do you believe that this reflects an intention of the school, perhaps in its evolution beyond this project, to increasingly enclose the campus and not, in this case, visually kind of tie it into the neighboring properties and really project it as a fabric of the part of the community as opposed to something distinct and separate from it?
This only reflects an effort to address comments that we heard at the last session
Okay.
from a few, in terms of the view.
Okay.
Should the board feel that either the other view, which shows the trees that would be removed, or some medium view in terms of the buffer would be more appropriate, we'd be happy to do whatever the board pleases. We can work with the forester on that as well, if you like.
I'll be interested to hear what maybe neighbors have to say about that. I mean, I can see merit in both ends of that spectrum. We're probably looking for a Goldilocks solution, so let's see if it emerges.
As we heard last time, including at least one board member, Kent Place is a resource for the entire community. They rent to nonprofits only, and it is a facility that is open to other organizations that integrates it into the community in that sense. I know you were talking physically and visually, but.
Sure. Okay, wonderful. Last chance for board questions. We'll open it now to questions for members of the public. You can queue up right here behind the podium. And again, just as a reminder, questions only. These are questions to the architect. We've heard extensive engineering testimony, extensive operational testimony. We'll hear from a planner after this. And then Mr. Wolfson will just be keeping track. If we do see here a recurring question of operations or engineering, what have you, we can recall a prior witness. But we'll ultimately leave that to his discretion. So come forward, name, address, and questions
The
only.
Jeopardy section.
You're welcome. Questions
the,
only. That's exactly right.
My name is B.J. Cogan, and I live at 4 Sherman Avenue. And for the record, to correct the minutes of the last meeting, I am not Mr. B.J. Cogan.
Okay.
I am Mrs. B.J. Cogan. Yeah, a couple of things. How to phrase in terms of questions. I understand, I've heard your comments about the need for the height. It seems that the renderings of all of the floors, first and second floor, I think, have excessive height that is comes to the third floor. Am I correct? Like the Performing Arts Center has a double ceiling, if you will, up to the third floor, right? Open to the third floor. Am I, no, just look at me. No, okay. So the height of the ceiling of the Performing Arts Center is only one floor?
No.
It's two floors?
It's 2 floors.
Okay, but, and the opening to the third floor?
There is no opening to the 3rd floor
Okay, where is the track?
at the 3rd floor level.
Okay,
Perhaps what you're thinking about is the catwalks that go over the
Okay.
theater itself.
okay, but the catwalks are to the third floor?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Is there any chance that those, you know, just, how do I phrase this as a question? Is there any possibility that the track could be eliminated and those students could do what the Summit High School students and the oratory students do, which is to run outside? Is there any possibility that that's an excessive use of the facility? I mean, it's wonderful to have an indoor track.
Well, let's let him answer the question. Yep, you got it.
I wouldn't want to weigh in on an answer to that because
Okay.
that is a school programmatic and
Okay.
operational question.
So noted. Can we, the second question is about the lighting. And while the 30 feet is understanding and the fact that they won't, isn't there a possibility of just using sconces on the side of the building to get even closer to the 30 versus 15 foot, which is in the city's regulations?
Right. So the answer is we've considered many different options on lighting. There are sconces on that colonnade that I described a moment ago. But in order to provide appropriate and adequate lighting without introducing additional architectural elements, they need to be mounted at the 30-foot height.
Mr. Bachman, just to be clear, the principal function of those lights that are 30 feet are for the safe use of the ground floor space.
Yes,
That's
thank you
right.
for clarifying. That's exactly right.
Okay, and I have a concern. My question is, how does the design, and you've covered this briefly, but how does the design reflect the rest of the campus? And you made a comment that this is the way the school wanted to express itself. And I find it interesting that the school chose to
Just
express
question,
itself.
sorry.
What?
We're
Okay.
getting into commentary.
How did the school choose to express itself in a way that's so different than its existing architecture?
Well, I think the testimony was that it's not so different. It's a much more modern building, and there are design elements for this type of building, housing these types of uses, but at great length, I think the architect explained how both the school and his firm respected design features existing on the campus.
Okay, and my last question is, could you hire a landscape architect to do a professional rendering of the pines, the trees, the shrubs, instead of, it appears to be somewhat, that's a comment. Let's,
Well,
Let's
in
let her ask the
addition, in addition to the rendering, we submitted a revised landscaping
Yeah,
plan by our engineer, who is qualified to do that.
we all saw that. It was,
Okay, so that-
we'll put some white pines up.
No,
So.
no, it's a landscape plan showing exactly the location of the proposed additional 16 trees, the species, the size.
Okay,
Is there,
Thank you.
Mr. Wolfson, just to that point, is there any element of what's been presented with respect to landscaping that we may be seeing less than what a professional licensed landscape architect would provide? Is there any element that we're missing?
absolutely
that's
not.
meaningful to the decision we're making?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Okay,
thank you.
thank you very much. Next.
Good evening. My name is John Timoney. I live at 20 Sherman Avenue. Couple of questions. You mentioned a few times that the multipurpose room is not intended to be used for classroom space in any way. Can that be reprogrammed into educational space without the need for variance?
The statement was that it is not going to be permanently dedicated as a classroom. and that when it is used, it will be used by students who will be coming from from classrooms.
Okay, well, I guess my question is, can it be used in the future if the school decides as educational space, can be reprogrammed to educational space?
Well, it is educational space. It's not a dedicated permanent classroom space. And the proposal in the application is for it to be used for exactly that.
So for it to become dedicated classroom space, in the future, could that be done without a variance?
There's no intention.
Understood. This is a more binary, can it, yes or no?
I leave it to the board and their professionals as to whether that would require a variance, but the testimony and the use that's being applied for is that which we've
Okay,
testified.
would you agree to have it not be used for educational space at this point?
It is being used for educational.
I'm sorry, as a permanent classroom space, to be more
Um,
specific.
We have not proposed that, and we have not discussed that.
Would you consider it?
If the board is interested in pursuing that, we would consider
Let's
anything.
maybe
that the
carry the
board-
line of
Okay.
questioning into the planner's testimony, and Tom, you can think about this a little bit in terms of whether the conversion of the multi-purpose space into classroom space essentially
Yeah.
would trigger a variance requirement, a change in use. I don't think it would.
Sure, well, I think I can address it, so it would not impact the floor area calculation, because the space is the space.
Right.
And I think in terms of the utilization, you'd be more concerned with the enrollment of the school, so whether or not they're using it for one use or another, the
Right.
space is the space.
Fair enough for the space, but part of this whole process is also,
Questions? Sorry.
oh, yes. Does the use of that space come into the board's consideration for the overall approval?
Yes, is the short answer to
Okay.
that, yes.
So the use of that space, at least what's being told to the neighborhood, and
Question, sorry.
the use of that space which is being used for whatever the use is, certainly appears like it can be impacting the enrollment. So in the judgment of the folks here representing KPS, is there any intention to use that space to increase enrollment?
There is no proposal to couple this new building with an increase in enrollment.
Okay. And then one more question. Does the building of this new space in any way free up existing space in other structures which are currently being used not as dedicated classroom space to now become dedicated classroom space?
Do you want to carry this into the planning testimony, use and
Yeah,
kind of the
happy to.
evolution? So for both our board planner and their planner, we'll have a discussion for sure as part of their testimony, and you have an opportunity to ask questions again. Use isn't really a question of this application, but is being weighed as part of the deliberation of the board.
Okay.
So we'll ask them to expand upon the use that's envisioned, how it may or may not involve, and if it's appropriate to put some kind of bounds on that. Because I think the heart of your question, and likely concerns of others that surround the area, is this allowing for an expansion of the school population, a greater intensity of use, and some kind of overflow of negative traffic, noise, you name it, pick your nightmare scenario. So we'll for sure examine that. I think the architect's presentation is limited to what the architectural renderings and the plans that are limited today. The broader kind of impact, let's focus on the planner's testimony, and then as well, if you feel it appropriate to have Mr. Bonner come back and offer some repeat operations testimony. I believe he addressed this point, but let's hear a little bit more in the planning testimony.
Okay, understood.
Wonderful.
Then a couple of points of clarification. The chairman asked about whether the trees would be covering the height of the learning center. Did I understand you right, that you didn't know the height of the learning center? Okay, then I misunderstood. My apology. And then one more question, based on your reaction to the DRO being brought up. Was the Summit DRO considered by you as the architect of your firm as these plans were drawn up?
Our planner will address that.
Is the DRO more of an architectural question?
Well, maybe let's just pause there for a second. Andy, what's the DRO?
The Development Regulations Ordinance.
And what does
Which
that-
encompasses all the zoning codes of the town.
So it's absolutely relevant to the decision that the board is factoring here. It's what's in fact given rise to the specific variance that they've requested. We'll again have the planners opine more deeply on that design waiver question, design guideline waiver question, and why they're not to be treated as variances, but how they are to factor into decision-making. This is the glamorous world of planning that we're gonna soon delve
Yeah,
into.
so it's safe to say, or is it safe to say, just one more question, that acknowledgement and understanding of the DRO, the architect is not required to take that into account?
The DRO is for sure something that they have referenced. I'll let him, and the applicant speak to the degree with which
Well,
they.
The planner will speak to that, right?
the planner
'Cause
will-
it seemed to be,
Right.
it looked like our architect here was unfamiliar with it, so that's why I was asking the question.
Thank you for your question.
We're familiar with it, thank you, and the specific citation of the development design guidelines is something we have to accommodate.
Okay, and then I have some further questions, more in connection with Mr. Wolfson's opening statement. Is that towards the end, or since he's up there now?
Are they relevant to architectural
No, they're not.
testimony? No.
It's
can
back to
off-
usage.
Let's offer him now. I mean, it may be more appropriate. It's around usage, you're saying?
Yes,
If you can hold them for the planner?
sure thing.
I'm gonna lawyer it all in the planner here. It's gonna be wonderful. And whatever the planner can't catch, that being their last expert witness, I would ask Mr. Wolfson, to the best of your ability, you can address those questions.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Karen Piddle Gale, 13 Lorraine Place. The rooftop garden, is that what we're calling it?
Sure.
I think that was something that we didn't realize. So what is the plan for that in terms of usage? And then what kind of lighting will be there? I think you said you hadn't figured it out, but will that be part of what's submitted for evaluation?
I can repeat what I said a few minutes ago about how the use is intended. I'm happy to do that. Sorry. So it's intended to be used by the students, by the larger school community, faculty, administration, parents, board members, for social spaces, as well as the possibility of using the green space for biology classes, right? I mean, very simple. And what was the other part of your question? Oh, the lighting. And I said, we haven't yet designed it, but it will be in compliance with all regs. Yep.
Could you maybe just elaborate on that, the lighting for a moment? In order to be in compliance with the relevant lighting ordinances, what wouldn't just generally be anticipated to be part of that? Would we expect encroachment of light? Would we expect light to exceed the 15 feet?
Right. So no doubt, because of the kind of space it is, the lighting itself will be significantly lower than the 15-foot limit. It will also cast a very localized light. That light will be constrained to the garden itself and the rooftop terrace. There probably will be, for safety, some lights that go down the exterior stair down to grade, but those are just simply footlights that will keep people safe as they move down those stairs.
And would those be on 24 hours, or would they go off with other lights at
I assume for the
10:30?
moment they would go off with all the other lights at that same period.
Given the location of the rooftop garden and the exterior stairs and what have you that we're discussing, would you expect any encroachment upon Norwood or the surrounding streets?
I would expect no encroachment whatsoever. I would expect that those will not be visible from virtually anywhere off campus. Certainly at Lorraine, they won't be visible.
Okay. And you're welcome to use your visual aids if you find it helpful, so. Any
And
further
then
questions?
just in terms of sound, I think you mentioned, would there be speakers or music or party, or, is that something we will have to contend with?
It's unclear how that will be programmed, but just as the rest of the building is intended to be shut down by 10:30, any activities that are happening there will be likewise.
Last question. So 1,000 birds flew into the Chicago building because it was all glass windows. Is any consideration been given to the fact that like the whole front is glass in terms of that sort of issue?
Yeah, how high was that building?
That was high,
It was high.
yeah,
There was a flock of birds flying by.
migratory birds.
Right. I don't think we're gonna have that problem here. However, one of the things that we're thinking about is introducing a ceramic frit into the glass that reduces the, both the light that penetrates outward as well as the view inward to obscure that view that might confuse birds.
Okay. That's-
Ceramic frit, cool, okay. Ms. Paulson Alvarez, welcome back.
Hi.
I hate to read in public, I'd rather just chat.
So your,
but-
your name and address
Oh,
again for us.
Sorry,
too.
Jennifer Balson
Thank you.
Alvarez, and I'm at 21 Sherman, neighbor of the Camp Place School. I have a few questions. According to the municipal land use law, all variants must have no substantial impairment to the intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance in order to be granted. So I'm wondering, how is the design compliant with goal number 1 of the master plan that states to preserve the unique characteristics of neighborhoods, and that proper consideration should also be given to the impact any development has on prevailing architectural character and scale of a neighborhood?
Part of that's architecture and part of it's planning.
I think the architect can speak to scale
So I will, and I think
and architectural character.
part of the effort here, which I've articulated, is a significant effort to keep the building at scale for both what the town is looking for as well as what the campus is looking for. So there is, as Mr. Wolfson said, there's 60% of the building is higher than the 35 feet, but no part of the building is higher than the 2 buildings on campus that are yet taller. The field house and the middle school, which is 9 foot and change, yet taller. So we feel as if this building is at scale with the campus. The colonnade that extends along the front is intended to bring that down to human scale, the same way it is at Maybe House, which is one of the oldest buildings on campus, as well as the relatively new Center for Innovation. Likewise, with a pergola, with a colonnaded walkway. So it brings that down to the human scale.
Mhm. That's on the rear, right?
That is
The,
on
the inward bound, not the northward side. There's no colonnade on the
There's
northward
no
side.
colonnade on the Norwood side, yes, thank
Right.
you. But that Norwood side, everything is being held well back of the setbacks.
What's the
required
setback?
setbacks. It's 80 feet.
The setback of the new construction is 80 feet.
It's further, I don't recall.
Okay, that's all right.
We'll find
Close
it.
enough,
We'll tell
close
you.
enough.
Mr. Bachman, would it be possible for your firm to provide additional renderings along Norwood, maybe from the perspective of Sherman, or even further down, looking back towards the campus? I think that's probably what's missing right now from this conversation, is a true rendered image of what the neighborhood's going to see
Right.
as they're passing along the campus.
And not with a line of conifers. Just what it actually would look like before the landscaping's done. I think that would be relevant for people to really get a
Right,
view
so-
of that.
So just, the answer is yes.
Okay.
But let me just be clear, this is what it looks like with the new building in place without the line of conifers.
But that's just,
From the apartments on the east side of, sorry.
Sorry, we're just gonna, thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah. I
I'm
think if you-
familiar with that
If you pull back
view.
the perspective and look back across the entrance to the campus, you'll probably have the most visibility of your building.
Right.
And probably some of the colonnade that you've been speaking to.
That's, this view is as if you're standing at the automobile entrance on the west side of Norwood. So that's
I would even go across the street or back a little bit on the Sherman.
Could you
I think you just need a
include-
little more context to
Yeah,
understand.
that's a good
I
idea.
understand your point.
Could you do a rendering that actually includes the new field house and the existing field house? Because this is fixated on the 30-foot tall portion. Right?
I think we're asking for the same thing.
It sounds like you're asking the same thing.
Yep.
This, I will say, however, that this rendering shows the existing field house and the new field house with, I'm gonna call it new field house because you did, but it isn't. It's a competition gym, right?
Okay. I have another question. How is this design compliant with Article 14, the design performance requirements of the DRO, which states, buildings in addition shall not dominate but shall be proportionate to the and complement, surrounding development. And surrounding development is said in the DRO all the time to mean the neighborhood.
Well, first of all, where is this building located in terms of the campus? Is it in the interior portion?
Yeah, the bulk of the building is on the interior of the
Right.
campus.
And you already indicated, and it was testified to by the engineer, that we meet all the setbacks
Absolutely.
under the code.
Yep.
So that goes to any impacts on the neighborhood, to an earlier question. It also goes to the effect of whether it's dominant and whether it's proportionate to the neighborhood. So-
Can we get a little bit of perspective on, I asked you early on, how long, because we can't scale off of the electronic files, obviously, so no idea, how long is the existing field house? And then how long along Norwood is the new construction? We walk along here all the time, so it gives you a better sense if you have something that you know, and then you can compare it.
Yep. I just need a minute. No, I may not be able to answer the length. The size of the field house is 14,088 square feet, but that's the square footage, right? And the gymnasium itself is 5,864 square feet.
If you would pull up your section maybe, or your elevation that faces Norwood, maybe we could speak to how big is everything?
Maybe give a rough dimension of the
Yeah, rough dimensions.
Norwood facing facade.
So the middle school, for example, how wide is that building? And how wide is the field house? Those are the two existing structures that are listed listed in our local district. And then how wide is your new construction there along Norwood? Just to give us some ballparks.
Yep. Just give me a couple moments.
That's okay. Take your time.
I just wanna be careful. and
Yeah,
I don't
yeah, no,
wanna-
it's
I
fine.
don't wanna say
And
what
I'm
I'm
not
not
asking for
sure.
exact,
And,
just
you
just
know
an
what,
idea.
it's, give me a moment.
I think the best way to answer that question is going to be to have Mr. Walsh come up and give you that answer, so he will do that.
Isn't this the architect?
It is,
Yep, but I don't have that data right in front of me, so I'm.
And who's
I'm trying
Mr.
to-
Walsh?
he's an engineer.
Oh, so Mr. Walsh has the dimensions?
You plan to recall then, Mr. Walsh, to address that question, Mr. Wilson?
If the board wants that
I
answer.
think it's a fair question, how long is that section of the building, essentially, that facade? So whether it's through the engineer or
It
the
just
architect.
speaks to
or-
dominant and massing and.
Just
scale.
questions aside, yeah, no,
Sorry.
that's
Yeah,
fine,
okay.
yeah, thank you.
How is this design compliant with the Article 14 requirement that site improvements and buildings shall be incorporated in a comprehensive development plan that relates well to the design vernacular of surrounding development? So that could be your campus and the neighborhood.
Well, as Mr. Wolfson said, we are meeting all required setbacks, and we are holding the building as low as we can within the context of the campus itself. And that, we feel, is being respectful to the neighborhood.
Yeah, design vernacular means the architectural character and style and materiality.
And if you look around the neighborhood, there are many, many different styles. And I wouldn't know which one was the basis for that conversation.
And the
about
primary-
Well, your, one
Primary-
thing is, I don't
Let's
think
let the applicant answer, sorry,
the
Ms. Balsam, Ms.
attorney-
Balsam-Alvarez.
but
Yeah,
the
the attorney has the opportunity to answer on behalf of the applicant.
Oh, okay.
So we're
I
gonna
was
offer
gonna
Mr. Wolfson the opportunity, if he so chooses, to
Okay.
respond. So
I
please,
didn't
Mr.
know if he should
Wolfson.
be answering.
He should be answering, he represented the applicant.
Okay.
Please, Mr. Wolfson.
Thank you, thank you. The primary pattern of development in this zone, and it is a residential zone, are single-family and multifamily homes, right?
Right.
This is also, our use is a conditionally permitted use in this zone.
Correct.
So just by definition, because this is a private school campus, there's not going to be seamless reconciliation of what school facilities require with single-family and multifamily homes, correct?
Right.
Why is the field house connected to the new construction?
As a practical matter, this will function as one building.
Mhm.
Um,
Are there doors
It's
from the
also-
one to the other?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Were you all aware that the field house, the middle school building, and maybe house are in our North Side Historic District, and they're contributing to the district?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We have things in the design regulations that can help with that. Anyway, where are we? Article 14 also states that the design of building structures and sites shall be consistent with the development design guidelines, and they cover every aspect of design. And I was gonna say, how does this comply, but I just learned that you weren't aware of those, so
Just questions, Ms. Balsam-Alvarez.
you're gonna work
The
on
plan's
that?
gonna
Or are you going to use those to modify your design in any way?
We're reviewing it, the planner will address it, and to the extent that there's anything in there that requires modification, we'll consider it.
Okay,
I've had a chance to look through the introductory language. It's general in nature. Most of the design guidelines show pictures of single-family homes, but together with the planner, we'll address that.
mm-hmm. Article 14 specifically states that it needs to be consistent with the design development, and they mention scale. And we've kind of covered that, so it says that it needs to respect the scale of the neighborhood, and you think it does?
Yes.
Okay. The design guidelines also mention massing, and it specifically says, articulate the massing of the additions and arrange them so that the visual integrity of the original buildings is maintained. Do you think that you've achieved that?
That sounds like that's a guideline for additions to houses.
No.
No.
Okay, is that your answer? Okay.
I mean, you've asked the question.
I'm
as
gonna
to
keep
whether-
going then.
We've asked
design-
the
Sorry, Ms.
question-
Balsam-Alvarez, just wanted to let
You've
Mr.
asked
Wolfson
the
answer.
question as to whether the guidelines are met. There's a question as to, it's very subjective, and we'll talk to the applicability of these, but I've already noted the obvious, which
Mhm.
is
a school use in a residential zone is a conditionally permitted use. So you're not going to be able to reconcile in most ways the construction and the architecture of a school with single-family homes.
Mhm. Do you think that the last two new construction projects are in keeping with the design, massing, scale, materiality
That's not part
of,
of the
of
application today.
the campus? Well, you're speaking to its impossibility, and I'm saying, do you think the last two projects are in keeping with the size,
It's not
scale,
part
and
of the
materiality?
application, and frankly, it's not relevant
Okay.
to the questions.
In the design guidelines, it says, windows and doors shall be visually compatible with those in the original building and the neighborhood. Are they?
Again, those, in my read of these design standards, are primarily directed towards residential structures.
And this is in a residential R15
Understood,
zone,
but it's a
right?
permitted school in the zone that's been there since the 1880s.
Mm-hmm. And it's gorgeous, not a question. The materials, on the drawings, you have arrows and it says concrete slab, it says multiple different types of materials. Can you drill down again on the materiality? Because I don't think the drawings actually have what you're testifying to now as far as materials.
Sure. I mean, Mr. Chairman, I have samples that I could bring out, if that's advisable.
Are you still using the concrete block? I mean, the concrete, what was it, panels
So-
that
so-
are facing
So,
Norwood?
sorry, Ms. Bolsover, I just want to give him an opportunity.
Yeah.
Some of this is ultimately got to sit on your desk or something. Do we want to introduce materials to the extent that they're helpful,
Well,
you're welcome to.
I can say that there is no concrete block on the exterior of the building, except to the extent that it is in the existing field house. The materials that I've testified to for the exterior are stucco, consistent with white stucco that is seen in half-timber buildings around campus.
Mm-hmm.
Dark stained wood, which is consistent with that color and that material that's seen in half-timber buildings around campus. Excuse me. Likewise, brick, and it's a red brick, and that is consistent with materials that are seen in buildings around campus.
Mm-hmm.
So what we have tried to do is draw those materials across into this building.
Mm-hmm. Is the rendering incorrect with that blondish color wood? Is that supposed to be dark wood?
No, that is not incorrect.
Okay.
Because we are also trying to lighten up the roof structure and that cover.
So where's the dark wood?
The dark wood is the surrounds on the arcade that goes
Towards
along-
Maybe House.
Toward Maybe House.
Got it.
Fair enough.
Okay. With regard to roofs, design guidelines, where it states, new buildings and additions shall have roof lines that are in harmony with the neighboring buildings. Again, your campus has not flat roofs, right? So I would like somebody to deal with this.
He already did, and he answered
Okay,
why it's
okay,
impractical for this type of facility to have a gabled roof.
Uh-huh. Is this design consistent with the design features of the campus? And it says, buildings often contain special characteristics such as porches, piers, pilasters, pediments, railings, balustrades, step gables, cornices, unusual chimney types, et cetera, that contribute to the character of the neighborhood. Architectural design of new construction shall take prompts from neighboring examples to ensure compatibility with the neighborhood and to maintain the character of the
Mr.
street.
Chairman, at this point,
Mhm.
reciting.
That's, I've got one more, and that's totally different. That's all about,
Going
the
through
di-
every single one.
no. This is not even every
Ms.
single one.
Balsazar,
This is
sorry.
just some of them.
Are you suggesting, Mr. Wilson, that we address these as part of the planning testimony? What Ms. Bolson-Alvarez is doing is going through the design guidelines
Well, our
essentially within
position
the
has been
DRO.
expressed, that we're.
But I skipped a bunch of them.
Thank you.
Ms. Bolson-Alvarez.
That we're a school campus, a permitted use
Right.
within a residential zone.
Right.
So the repeated questions as to
Right.
each element of her position that they're inconsistent is irrelevant. That's our position.
So I'll take Ms. Bolson-Alvarez at her word. She's got one question left
One
in her
more
docket.
left.
And then I would just ask for anyone that's planning to ask follow-up questions, please be sensitive to the testimony that's been provided. If you believe it to be redundant, then try to restrain yourself, but I'll leave that to your discretion.
This is not from the design guidelines. This is from the Article 14, which also says you have to comply with the design guidelines. But it says that all work performed within historic districts or on historic structures shall be visually compatible. New construction or additions shall employ materials used in existing structures in the district in order to maintain visual compatibility. Have you done that?
As I testified a moment ago and answered your question, yes.
All right. And I'm sorry,
So
the
that-
20% roof
So that
thing,
was-
can you ask that one? In Article 14, it says that in residential zones, that flat roofs can only be 20% of a structure.
So we're not asking questions of the board professionals.
Yeah, okay.
But perhaps you want
And
to
I
carry
promised not
forward.
to ask one more, and I didn't see it.
Thank you for your restraint. But you're welcome to bring forward any further questions with the planning testimony. Mr. Wolfson is listening to recall any
Okay.
necessary witnesses. Thank you very much. Next. Hello.
Hi. Jeff Gale, 13 Lorraine Place. Hi.
Hello.
As this picture's up, can you tell us the square footage that is above the ordinance? So the square footage above 35
Can you
feet?
get a mic?
Sorry, what is the square footage above the existing ordinance?
So the relief we need is for floor area ratio. We don't need relief for building coverage. So an important concept is floor area ratio is spatial, sometimes cubic. So it's not, if you're thinking of it as linear, the footprint of the building, that's not necessarily the case. But I think he testified earlier to what that less than 1% excess is, right?
Yep, it's about 2,700 square feet.
Oh, that's the amount of square footage above 35 feet to the 43 feet times the
No,
amount that it's over?
That is, as Mr. Wilson said, we're seeking relief on height and on the FAR. So the FAR, which is the square footage calculation.
Right,
is,
okay, because I thought maybe, I was trying to gauge, right, the ask is for a height variance, and I'm trying to gauge how big of an ask this is. Is it, okay, we're going from 35 to 43 feet for a roof gable, like the existing, or are we doing it for the
So-
entire
Fair enough. Yeah,
amount?
so
I
maybe
think
the
it'd be-
question, the question
it'd be
asked.
good to just hear like what that
Right.
number is.
So we've testified about that, and I'm gonna refer to this, a couple of things, just so I make sure I have the numbers
Okay, thank you.
correct again. But the height of the addition, we have 60% of our roof area is only 7.5 inches higher than the 35-foot height limit that Summit imposes. The building itself, the top of the stage house and the mechanical space enclosure that's shown in red in this diagram at the top of the building is at the same height as the existing field house peak.
I
What
know,
is
but
that?
they're above code though, like, so to say, it's good because it's,
So what's 60% of your footprint in terms of square footage? I think will answer his question.
Do we have that data?
I'm sorry, in terms of square footage or that height?
He's
How much is that?
testifying that 60% is above 35 feet.
Right.
I think if you can get
I
that
think if
square
we could walk
footage-
away and
Right. If you were
quantify the
slice
ask for the variance
the
in
new
one number,
building
it's
at the
telling.
height of 35 feet, what is that?
What?
Rob has that.
Okay, we'll provide that answer along with the
Thank you.
prior question.
And I don't know if I can ask to see a different drawing, but there was one that had the 8 fixtures, the 8 light fixtures against the building. Would you mind pulling that up? One question here. Is that from the perspective, looking from Norwood or to Norwood? I'm trying to,
This is toward Norwood.
toward Norwood, okay. The statistics that you gave us about the dispersion, was that inclusive of the interior lights coming out at night or just the exterior lights?
It was only related to the light fixtures that we are seeking relief
Okay, so I think even as I look at this rendering, you see the light fixtures, you see them reflecting off of other things, you see a ton of glass, you see
So
all of
just
the
a
lights.
question?
Well, so, thank you for answering the question. It was whether the light dispersion test was inclusive of the interior lights that would be on after dark.
But the testimony also was that we meet all of the other lighting regulations in all ways, and further, that we've incorporated a motorized shade on the third floor to address the appearance of light during darkness.
Thank you. What's not, so then there's the gym portion. Does the gym portion have lights, have windows as well? And are any of those windows above the 35 feet? So I didn't see any renderings of the kind of the new gym structure. And so I'm just thinking, again, if we're talking, someone was asking about the height of the trees, and we're talking about light pollution at night, again, winter gets dark 4:30. So at 4:30, are we going to see light emanate from the new gym from between 35 and 43 feet?
So you see the left side of that drawing? That is the roof structure over the new gymnasium. And that is that is 7.5 inches over the 35-foot height limitation, the top of that roof structure. So the bulk of what you're looking at there falls below the 35 feet.
So the gym structure behind that white building in the 4 is only 7 inches above code?
Is 7.5 inches.
7.5 inches.
Over the 35-foot
Okay.
limit.
Thank you.
And that 7.5 inches is readily accommodated in the thickness of the roof structure that you see there. So any and all windows, any and all fenestration that happens falls below the 35 feet.
Thank you.
The 35 feet aside, though, I assume the testimony is that any light cast from the interior of the structure out from whatever windows may exist above, below, at 35 feet won't exceed any of the guidelines set forth in our ordinance with respect to light. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
And then lastly, I know there was some discussion about trees. We know what we're losing, we know what you're adding, we saw rendering, and I thank you for that. But would you consider taking a look at the stretch of both the stone fence, or the stone pillars with the black fence between, and the trees between that structure and the building in the area between Lorraine Road and Sherman, and extend that look, that character, below that out to Morris, as well as up to Kent Place Boulevard? Because I think that would give, like, we're not trying to block out, like, the suggestion that we want to block out Kent Place, or it wants to barricade itself. It's not true. It's the people on Norwood have looked at the plan and feel like maybe it wasn't considered in the planning, so we're pushing the consideration of this planning. So I think the bulk of us would say that the area between Lorraine Road and Sherman Road looks great. The fencing is great, the character is great. The area below that, there's a white fence. The area below that has tree stumps that were cut
So
down.
let's let Mr. Wolfson
Okay.
comment. Was that considered, is that under consideration?
If the request, or the question is whether we would consider supplemental landscaping, is that what you're asking? You just complimented that view, streetscape.
Character matching landscaping between the area that, yes, I'm complimenting that stretch of Norwood,
Right?
extended below and extended above. And again, it's not attempted to be a barricade, but it rather makes the road
Just to clarify your
consistent
question,
and
though,
looks-
and I have to close my eyes and imagine what's there. It's stonework, it's fencing, it's not purely landscaping.
No, it's a combination of.
Chain link fencing.
Well, one
Well,
second here.
well,
Let's let you, sorry, just to clarify
there's,
for my sake here,
So
sorry.
again, the area between Lorraine Road, and if I would urge everyone to take a look, it looks
Okay.
quite nice, the area between Lorraine Road
Okay,
and Sherman. There are
Okay.
stone pillars,
and then fencing between it.
and fencing between.
Okay,
And behind that, between that and the school structure, it's very nicely landscaped.
okay.
It's got character. The area below that is a white PVC fence.
So
The
let's
area-
hold it there for a second there. This may just be something you want to take back to your team to
Well,
review and consider.
I'm not clear on whether there's a request to do something at that location, or whether
I
the
believe-
location where we
No,
showed
the request wouldn't be to do something at that location. It would be to replicate that location, both below that on Norwood and the whole way up to Kent Place. Below that, there's a white PVC fence. Below that, there's a parking lot that was wooded by green trees.
So, sorry, just
And
to hold for a
and the
second.
trees were cut down, they're just stumps
I
there now.
understand.
It's not.
So I think it would behoove you to go back to your team,
Yes.
and then you can offer some commentary to it, because I think just what I would offer, without going too deep into the board's deliberations, is we're concerned about encroachment of light, air, space, providing for screening and shielding. That may be considered more of an aesthetic improvement than a functional improvement. And it would be left to the applicant to decide whether or not they want to offer that to the board as a benefit to offset the request of the variance.
I think to offset some of the lighting and.
It's a fair question. So I don't know, Mr. Wilson, if you want to say anything to it now, other than just you'll discuss it with the
It's
applicant.
on the list.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great,
Thank you.
thank you. Hello.
Hello, Steve Waxman, 4 Lorraine Road. I've got 2 sets of questions. I guess my first one is, you've testified that this is keeping in a Tudor style. If a client came to you and said, design me a Tudor house or a Tudor building, is that what you would submit?
I don't believe my testimony was that this was in a Tudor style. I believe my testimony was that we were working with the materials and the scale of the existing campus in order to fit.
Fits what?
I said fit.
Right.
To
Fit the
within
campus. Okay. And when I look at stucco here, is the stucco in proportion with other campus buildings?
The way that stucco is used in Tudor buildings is it's a system called wattle and daub in the historical 14th century version. And that is a material that goes between windows to create a wall. In that context, yes, this is exactly consistent with the utilization of that kind of material.
It could also be wood, correct?
Typically, it's not wood. Typically, the structure in a half-timbered building is expressed with those large X braces that perhaps you're familiar with. And that's how the building is held up in order to keep the weather out. The typical wattle and daub structure is infill of plaster and a white finish with a whitewash on the exterior.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I would ask that the questions be connected in some way to the application.
Okay. Okay.
So let's move on. How much square footage have you proposed? I appreciate you going through the plans in quite a lot of detail, but can you just remind us what the gross floor area of the building that you're proposing here is?
Of course. So the field house itself, as I said a little while ago, is 14,088 square feet. The theater that is, or the art center that's being taken down is 12,000, just shy of 12,500, 12,492 to be exact. Our addition is a total of 36,648 square feet.
36,648?
36,648 for a net increase to what currently exists of 24,156.
Okay, appreciate that. So help me out here, I'm confused. In the opening statement, you refer to something filed on September 29th regarding statement parking traffic events on campus. When I add up the competition gym and the field house there, I get only 19,952 square feet.
That was a supplemental analysis relative to the sufficiency of parking, and it only dealt with those elements of the addition. There are other areas in the addition that get you to the total net increase.
How does the municipal code define gross floor area for a non-residential building? Are you familiar with that definition?
If I look at the ordinance, I would be, but it's frankly irrelevant to the application before us.
I would disagree. How is it not relevant to your offer to limit campus events? You're asking us to rely on something, are you not?
Well, I explained why you're confused about the chart that we submitted on the alternate calculation. The proper calculation of parking, of course, is under the educational ratio, and we have more than 100 spaces more than we need to under that
measure.
So we shouldn't rely on this estimate of parking, though you're implying that we should when you ask to limit, or when you make your offer around limiting outside use. Is that correct?
Sorry, Mr. Wolfson, just maybe to clear up the confusion, what was excluded from what constitutes the difference between 24,000 and 19,000 in that? Is
Everything.
it bathrooms, hallways,
Yeah.
things of that effect?
Yep.
But correct me if I'm wrong, the definition of gross floor area doesn't exclude bathrooms, halls, hallways, or ancillary space. The only thing it excludes, if I'm correct, is storage areas and other ancillary uses,
Again,
not
the chart
that.
that we provided was an additional analysis above and beyond what the ordinance requirements are. The ordinance requirements are met by over 100 extra spaces over what's required.
And is the outside use, since we're on it, is the outside use connected to Kent Place's role as an education institution? You testify to what's allowed under R15. Is non-educational outside use allowed under your educational carve-out in R15?
All of the uses that take place on the Kent Place campus are within the educational use.
If you built the building today, absent it being a school, would you have enough parking? Under how the Summit Municipal Code calculates gross
If we
floor area.
I'm sorry, if we built a school today.
If you built the Leadership Center today without a school, how much parking would you need?
We're not building it without a school, it's totally irrelevant.
I would argue it is relevant.
Just a question, sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you.
How is it not relevant to the fact that you've presented it in an offer letter and you've given us this parking? You've given us a parking requirement of 239 spaces. How is it not relevant? You've presented it yourself.
I've given that answer to that question 3 times.
Maybe I'm just dense. I don't understand. Repeat it.
I'm sure you're not dense, but that was an alternate analysis to show, even under a more conservative approach to parking for the new addition, we meet the requirements.
But correct me if I'm wrong, this alternate analysis, it does not conform with the way that an educational institution's parking requirements are calculated, which is based on classrooms, correct?
Correct.
So
Education's
are you
based on
using the
classrooms.
right amount of gross floor area when you make this calculation? You're the one who introduced it,
The
not
gross-
us.
The gross floor area is irrelevant to the parking calculation for education.
We're running in circles here, then why didn't you put it in here if it's irrelevant?
We did put it in there. We calculated what our parking requirement is for educational use, which is the proper ratio, the controlling ratio, and I've said 3 times that we're more than 100 spaces in advance.
So then why put this in if we shouldn't rely on it?
Because we were trying to provide additional analysis to address the concern that was raised by some.
Right, but is the additional analysis calculated correctly?
Yes.
Does it take all of the gross floor area for a non-residential structure as stipulated in the
So
Summit
maybe just to
Municipal Code?
stop the spinning here, we're going a little
All
circular.
right.
The additional analysis was requested, it was set within certain parameters, so it answers a certain question. I think to your point, there's a number of different dimensions you could potentially look at, scenarios you could offer. That was responsive to the request of the board.
I'll come back and make a few statements at the end.
Thank you very much. Any other questions regarding architecture, understanding we're gonna get to planning next? No? Let's take a 5-minute break and we'll reconvene to address planning. How you doing, Scott? Good to see you at lacrosse briefly this weekend. I'll mention that. It was better this time, but yeah.
It's not really bothering me, but I can hear them. I'm sure she hears them.
I'll mention that. Two, 7, and 4. That was, my 7-year-old was there the last one. Which I hadn't been, I'll profess my poor father. I'd never been to a lacrosse practice anymore, so I wasn't sure how it all kind of worked.
Okay.
She couldn't help me either, unfortunately. But it looks like they're having fun.
Yeah.
Wonder-
It's mass chaos.
Yeah, it's that age group. Soccer's like that. All sports are that age and lower are like that. So, but She seems to have fun. It looks like they have fun. I mean, they had the boombox in the middle of the field. They do all kinds of games unrelated to the actual technical skill of the sport, just to get them running around. And I saw them playing like, you know, essentially flag football there a little bit, trying to pull the pennies out of each other's waistbands. Yeah, it was good.
Lacrosse is so difficult to play, but getting them interested at this early age, I think is really smart.
It's a fun environment. I mean, I grew up in Mendham, so around lacrosse. I never played lacrosse. My wife never played lacrosse. So at home, we're totally useless in that respect. But one of the coaches, Jenny Joinitas, is the mother of one of Beatrice, my oldest daughter's like best friends. So we've kind of like asked her to please adopt our child and show her the ways of lacrosse, to the point where like she's buying all the equipment, we're reimbursing her for it, because we have like Joinitas, Jenny Joinitas, who she was a former swim in high school. I think she played in college. So like she knows how this all works. I have stick leg, face guards, mouth guards, and all this other crazy stuff.
Well, I played lacrosse, but I had no idea what's involved on the girls' side.
Yeah,
It's a whole other one.
but no, they seem to be enjoying it. How old is your daughter? She also is like 7 or 9?
She's 6.
She's 6. So is it mixed age or is it?
It is.
I guess it doesn't so much matter in that like range, right?
I think it was first grade adjacent. Yeah, first and second.
First and second. It's fun. It's on our list. We've done field hockey and basketball and soccer and cross and you name it, we've tried it all. Dance, gymnastics.
T-ball?
I haven't done T-ball yet. You guys done T-ball?
My sons play T-ball.
Okay.
My daughter has
Yeah, I think softball's is big around here.
doesn't see it.
We're kind of like, I think we're nearing the end of throw everything at the wall and see what sticks, and hoping to land on something soon that ideally isn't overly expensive for equipment or time consuming for us in terms of travel. So like there's a couple of folks kind of in our circle that are doing like ice hockey, which sounds like a wonderful experience for somebody else who wants to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and take their kids to men's arena or whatever.
I'm doing that. I'm living it.
It sounds like a ton of fun, but like,
Do you know the Lights? I think you're gonna Lincoln Hubbard. Their son plays hockey. My son. I know they probably.
yeah, I'm sure they probably
lives nearby.
I mean, it's like a great selling feature of Beacon.
Yes.
To be able to play hockey kind of within the city limits, right? So,
Well, my son plays Orange, so we get a hockey membership for free.
it's perfect.
So we don't have to
You have to pay him, yeah, into the club, right?
because no one plays sports. They're so desperate.
Thank your son for that. There you go. Okay. I'm gonna fill my water. Coming tonight. I feel bad for your cough there. You doing all right?
Yeah.
Normal course of business. Allergies.
Yeah, no problem. I don't think it has first names if you need, it just has last names. That happens to me once in a while with GPS. You gotta be very careful with your. I mentioned your board chair. Are these people behind you talking? Are they bothering you?
station and you read the transcript of it. Obviously, they live in Brooklyn, that's right. It's a team sport. Does she need a moment to set up here?
Finally learned to put myself on do not disturb for certain things. Yeah, so it's like this group chat. I can't get through 34 messages since we started. Everything's a hair on fire emergency.
Let's settle back in if we can. All right. Let the court reporter get set up, just a moment there. And then we're going to jump in for planning testimony. I think you're done.
Here's one answer.
One answer, all right, we'll
Okay.
take one answer. All right, we're back at it. I would just note also for the record, and this is deep in the record, that Scott, though wasn't here for a prior session, has attested that he dutifully read the full transcript and is participating in the hearing tonight. Your one answer.
The question,
Oh, sorry,
sure.
thank you.
Ready?
Okay, thank you. So the question was asked, what is the dimension of the proposed building along Norwood? For comparison, the middle school and high school that go north of that main entrance off of Norwood, northward, is about 380 feet of length. Our proposed building plus the existing field house on that same face along Norwood is going to be about 270 linear feet.
Wonderful.
Just to give you a sense of
Thank
that.
you. Thanks for
Yep.
taking that up.
Thank you.
All right, you are dismissed for now.
I'd like to call Kate.
Hi, good evening, Chairman and members of the board.
Hello, we'll swear you in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name.
Sure, my name is Kate, last name is Keller, Keller.
Thank you. And can you briefly describe your background and experience for the board?
Sure, I'm a principal with the firm of Phillips Price Gregel Laney Hughes LLC based in Hoboken, New Jersey. I'm a professional planner in the state of New Jersey and also a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. I've been practicing land use planning in New Jersey for approximately 12 years and have been certified for the past 8 or 9. I've appeared as an expert witness before about 80 to 90 boards across the state, and I also serve as municipal planner in about 4 municipalities.
Any questions from the board, or would you like to accept your credentials?
No questions, we'll accept your credentials, you may begin.
Thank you very much.
Kate, can you speak to the relief that's part of the application?
Sure. So, we've heard a lot of testimony about the specifics of the application. Now, I'm going to start with, the crux of why we're here before the zoning board tonight, which is the fact that this application requires D variances for conditional use, deviation of a conditional use standard, deviation of the height requirement by over 10%, and floor area ratio. And that sounds like a lot. That's 3D variances. That's, that's more than you often see. But in this case, I think that, the description of what really is being proposed at this site puts these variances in a context where the scope is really limited compared to the existing conditions and what's being proposed here. For example, the D3 conditional use relief that we're seeking has to do with the building height, which is the exact same condition for which we also require a D6 variance. And then the D4 variance, which is for the increase in floor area ratio, we are approximately 0.25%, a quarter of a percent over than what's permitted in the zone. So, while these are all variances, and that's why we're here, and I'm about to put testimony on for all of those, wanted to put that in context of how this is, how this came to be. And I would also note that for each of these variances, these are all related to the fact that this is a conditional use that is permitted, but it is in a residential zone. The conditional use standards for educational institutions in the R15 and in other residential zones, they look at things, they provide limitations on setbacks, trying to create more of a buffer between the surrounding neighborhoods and the school and things like that, but they do not address height nor floor area ratio. So this is a school, this is an institutional, this is an educational use that is, really has to meet the same floor area and height regulations as a single family house in the same district. So, we have gotten to this point tonight by working, with the city staff, your professionals, and communicating with neighbors to try to get this application to the place where it is tonight. And that includes, the enhanced landscaping. It includes the changes that are being proposed to, the limitations that are being proposed for off-site events, et cetera. And, once again, this is a proposal that's here to modernize the school and its facilities to meet the current needs of the students. There is no, no intention to grow the student population as a result of these improvements. And I would also note that a school in general, as has been brought up before in these proceedings, is an inherently beneficial use as defined by the municipal land use law. So, just to start with the conditional use standards for the height, we're really looking at, this is proposed actually the D3 and the D6. The highest point of the new building that's being proposed is 43.62 feet, where 35 feet is permitted. And again, that 35-foot maximum is what is really in place for residential properties in the vicinity. And I know that this question came up before, where we were looking at what the percentage is of how high where that's going to be. So this is a case where the maximum height, that 43.62 feet, comprises 7.7% of the roof area. I think that question may have come up before, and I know it's been said tonight, but I just want to clarify that. That's only at the highest point. 30% of the roof area is below the 35-foot height, and the remaining about 60% is at about 35.7 inches or so. And that's a case where that would not normally rise to the level of a D6 variance. So, the D3 or the D6 variance for height really comes down to that 7.7% of the roof that is that high. And so just overall, when it comes to the proofs for D variances, and that's for the D6, D4, D3, we looked at the several existing case laws that have set forward established what the proof requirements are. This board is probably familiar with the names of these. We have Coventry Square versus Westwood, Randolph Town Center versus Randolph, and Grasso versus Spring Lake Heights, all of which deal with conditional use deviations, FAR deviations, and height deviations. So for all of these variances, under all of these case law, the courts have determined that the applicant has a lesser burden as compared to the D1 use variance because, as we've said, this use is permitted in this zone. It is permitted as a conditional use, and so that means that the governing body and the planning board and everyone who involved in the zoning ordinance has determined that this is an appropriate use for this zone. So as a result, we don't need to prove particular site suitability, and we don't need to meet the Medici criteria, which has to do with reconciling why it should be permitted in this zone. So the variances that we're here tonight for are really something that can be viewed in terms of the physical impact and the physical nature of these on the site. And on our case, our job here is to demonstrate to the satisfaction of the board that the site can accommodate any of the problems that may result from these deviations in the height and the FAR. And we also have to address the negative criteria as one does for any variance application. So I go back to what I mentioned earlier, which is that schools are specifically identified as an inherently beneficial use. And while this is not an application for a D1 variance where you often see that put in place, I think it still comes down to the fact that what we are proposing here is all in service of upgrading the facilities and modernizing and creating a better school program here that it really encourages this use that has been determined to be inherently beneficial. And just as a reminder, how that's defined in the municipal land use law is that it's universally considered of value because it fundamentally serves the public good and promotes the general welfare. And I think some of the testimony that you've heard over the past two hearings is that, obviously these improvements will serve the Kent Place community, but they also serve the community of Summit and the surrounding areas through the ability to have these modern facilities that will be available to various organizations and, and open in certain times and within a manner that is controlled, as you've also heard. So I think that, it goes without saying that we are serving the public good and promoting the general welfare. So that brings us back to the question of how can this site accommodate the proposed use? In terms of the height, we're looking at only that small area, 7.7% of the roof that goes up to 43.6 feet. And again, I don't want to keep driving home the testimony, but this is lower than the adjacent field house and lower than the middle school. So overall, this building has that height variance that's required, but in terms of the overall context of the site, nothing's being built here to a height that doesn't already exist. And I think that, and especially when you take that with the small area that is going to have that height, I think that in the full context of the site, it's not going to have a substantial visual impact, which I'll get to when I talk about the negative criteria. And you've also heard testimony about really why this building has to be this height, or why the design was chosen here. It's a gymnasium, it's a multi-purpose facility, it's a stage, and it also has certain needs. And because of the ceiling clearance, different mechanical clearances, and then obviously the height that's associated with the theater and the gym. And this is something where I think you have to look at how the needs of a school and how school facilities are different from a single-family residential home, which is what that 35-foot height limit is generally supposed to apply to. Most single-family residential homes have no problem meeting that 35-foot height, but they are not expected to provide, of course, the same type of facilities that you look for in a school, especially one that's trying to modernize to the 21st century and beyond. And so then, when we look at both the height and the FAR, we're looking at, terms of the visual impact and really going back to what kind of problems could there be? Because that's what we're trying to really solve for. We're looking can there be problems on the site, and how can the site accommodate them? And again, I think the number one thing that you would look at is the visual impact. And we have a new building that's been architecturally designed in architecturally sound manner. It's been buffered in ways that we've talked about tonight. It's located in the interior of the site, and it meets all of the setbacks that are required for school uses in this zone. Sorry, go back to my notes here. So the height here, the 35-foot maximum height, there is, on one hand, you could say that it's meant to blend into the surrounding area, but this is really between the setbacks and between the way that the different height, that the maximum height only is within a portion of it. I think that given the context, this is going to have not a significant impact visually based on just the height itself. And it, again, and it blends with the surrounding campus. And, you know, just to touch briefly, and I apologize for bringing my phone out because I had not, I just want to make sure that I have these design standards in front of me. But when this came up tonight with regards to section 35-14.1, which is the general design requirements, and section A, which is the purpose of those. And so, as your planner mentioned, stated earlier, these are intended to guide all development in the city of Summit in a manner that is harmonious and consistent with the existing character of the community, including architectural styles, forms, massing, orientation, materials, buildings, structures, and site configurations. So, unfortunately, I don't have like an exhibit in front of me to show this, but you're all familiar with the area. I've been to the site several times. I'm familiar with the area. The surrounding neighborhood here, yes, there's single-family homes, but there's also other schools. There's institutions. There's, the beginning of the downtown. This is really what we would really call in planning. This is really a mixed-use neighborhood. And the one side of it that I think is getting a lot of the focus tonight, which understandably is the residential side.
Sorry, could you just keep the talking to a minimum? Thank you very much.
And so I would, and also one of the other requirements under design is that site improvements and buildings shall be incorporated in a comprehensive development plan that ensures safety, functionality, sustainability, and aesthetic enhancement in a manner that respects the site's physical features. And I think that when it comes to a school campus, first of all, something like safety, that's one of the core, goals of any school development. And this is part of what is being proposed here. This is a site that is taking, the architectural vernacular that's been established by Kent Place School over the years, dating back to, the earliest Tudor Revival buildings, going through development, over the mid-century and more recently. And I think that, what we have here, as our architect said, no, this is not a Tudor Revival building, but this is a building that takes some of the shapes, it takes some of the design features, and takes some of the materials that were part of it, and uses it to create a new, kind of an update to this vernacular architecture that is associated with Kent Place. And one thing that I would note is that, this is not a site that's it's not a National Register of Historic Places or et cetera, but one of the guidelines that are generally utilized for renovation and development around historic buildings, and I'm going to quote this is from the standards of the Secretary of the Interior, of the National Park Service, who regulates historic properties throughout the country. One thing that they note is that new construction should be distinct from the old and should not attempt to replicate historic buildings elsewhere on the site in order to create a false sense of historic development. And I think that, without maybe, even though that wasn't specifically cited in your guidelines, I think that that's really what our architect and what the plan was here. The plan is to honor the existing buildings on the property, while creating modern facilities that are able to provide things like a competition gym and, modern stage sets and stage workshops. Those are not the type of uses that were, initially considered or contemplated in the time that the initial Tudor buildings were constructed, and for the reasons that you heard, including the challenge of the high-peaked roofs, would not be very practical today. So this is a way of taking what's there, modernizing it, and placing it within the context of the existing school and the existing neighborhood. So, just in terms of, just to go on to, addressing visual impact, and just briefly I'll address the FAR, which again I believe is de minimis in this context. It's 0.25% over what is permitted. And one of the things that FAR does, especially, this is a unique situation. This is an FAR that's supposed to apply to residential properties in which a lot of it has to do with massing. It has to do with making sure that the building is is appropriately sized for the lot. But in the case of non-residential FAR, which is something that it's also frequently used for, a lot of that has to do with the intensity of the use and controlling the intensity of the use and the activity on the site. So here, you're going over by 0.25% over the 25%, but in actuality, you know, no new classrooms are proposed. Nothing is proposed here that would increase the student body, and in that case, you know, it will have a minimal impact on the intensity of development, and really that it's replacing other locations on the site. So in terms of, you know, anything and bringing, and it's been discussed here before, or especially at our first meeting, is will these facilities bring more third-party rentals to the site? And the school has agreed upon a manner that will all be controlled. And really the idea is that it will not increase the intensity of the use on the site, and especially no expansion of the student body. We do have a few C variances, which I will touch on briefly. I think that the ones that have come up where we do require a variance for signage, which you've seen, and that's another one that's another variance that is really a kind of a function of this being located in a residential district. It's the signage is appropriate, I believe, for the building size. And, you know, I know someone mentioned, will the sign grow in size? You know, this is, if we're getting a variance, then no, it can't grow in size without getting an additional variance relief. And then in terms of the lighting, this is really an architectural feature, and it's lighting height and mounting height is often looked at in terms of like a pole in a parking lot and how that spreads out. And I think that the architectural renderings here and how that's been explained should give this board confidence that this is not lighting that will be projecting from off of the building and into neighboring properties. So just briefly, just to sum up the negative criteria, when we look at, will this have a substantial detriment on the public good? And, you know, and every development has an impact. You're building a new building, they're increasing the floor area on the site, but the question is, will the impact be substantial? And in my opinion, my professional opinion here, and having heard, you know, worked with the applicant and heard all this testimony over the last couple meetings, is I think that it will not be substantial. It's been carefully designed to minimize the impact of the neighborhood. It's located interior in the site. It meets all of the setback requirements. It meets all of the building coverage requirements, lot coverage requirements. And it really will represent an improvement in the overall facility. And again, no added intensity of the site because of no added student body associated with this, and the applicant has agreed to a plan that will mitigate any potential impacts caused by third-party rentals. And then the last prong here, we'll talk about no substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. And as I started my presentation with, these are, you know, this is a highly visible site. It's a site that, you know, has neighbors surrounding it, but these are really relatively minor deviations in the context. The school is permitted in this zone. Even with all of these improvements, there's very, very, very few aspects of the zoning that can't be met here. The FAR which again, these are things that are intended to apply to residential uses. And you look at the FAR, you say a residential dwelling, single-family residential dwelling can have a 0.25 FAR. This particular, Kent Place School can have 0.25 FAR. You say, well, Kent Place lot is much larger than the residential lot. But in my opinion, these aren't apples to apples comparisons. This is a different use, and it's a use that what is permitted in the zone, because clearly the needs of a campus, a school campus, are different than that of a single family residence. And I think, you know, in that context, that the expansion there is really de minimis. And then I think, with the C variances in particular, we're really looking at C2 criteria, which is that they represent a better planning alternative. And all of this really comes together in order to what I think is the key balance of this project, which is that they're fulfilling the needs of the school in the modern era, in the modern century, keep maintaining the school's population while not increasing the intensity on the site, and doing this while providing landscaping throughout the site, while keeping with the existing patterns and actually improving patterns of, it hasn't really been talked about tonight, but improving the patterns of drop off and pickup with the new traffic movements on the site. And in terms of, advancing the purposes of zoning, I think that, this advances purpose A, which is to guide development to promote the public welfare. Again, this is an inherently beneficial use. Purpose G provides sufficient space in appropriate locations for a variety of uses. This is an existing school campus that is being expanded or not being expanded, but being updated and modernized. And then purpose I, which is creating a desirable visual environment. And again, I would go back to our architect's testimony and what I mentioned before with regards to how the new and the old have come together to create these this new design. So that's the end of my direct testimony. I'm happy to take any questions from the board or if I missed anything.
No, that was great, thanks. Just one word on the design standards, kind of from a legal perspective. In reviewing them, in addition to the comments that I made earlier regarding them and the fact that in almost all instances, the illustrations and the references appear to deal with the predominant residential use and not our permitted school use. It's not clear to me that any relief is necessary to these subjective standards. To the extent that the board feels or its professionals advise that a technical waiver or variance is required, we would ask that you grant it, but I don't see anything that indicates that relief is needed.
Andy?
I think I would agree. The design guidelines, I think they do apply to it. It doesn't specify between residential and other types of uses. It applies to buildings, and the code provides that development shall comply with the design guidelines, but they are broad. They provide recommendations and criteria, and I have not necessarily seen one particular portion of the design guidelines that has been pointed to say that it's clearly non-compliant with that. So I don't, it's definitely not something where we need to grant a variance. To the extent that something can be encompassed as requiring some waiver from those guidelines, we can certainly consider that if the planning testimony notes it.
So just from a practical perspective, in drafting the resolution, which would codify the board's decision, assuming that we accept the application with conditions as noted, we wouldn't explicitly waive components of the design guidelines. We would acknowledge that where there may be perceived deviation, the board has taken that into account in its deliberations and feel it appropriate that the application as presented addresses whatever concerns may exist.
Yes.
Okay. Is that, again, if we get that far, but
Thank you.
see. Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Okay, nothing else to follow up then further? Carl, anything you want to grab before we go planner to planner here?
Planner to planner.
All right, cool. All right, Tom,
Oh, boy.
what'd you miss?
Thank you for the testimony. I think Ms. Keller accurately described the statutory criteria that the board has to consider. I would add one element to that, though, and that would be the SECA balancing test for inherently beneficial uses. So recognizing this is not for a D1 use variance, it's my understanding that the SECA balancing test still applies. And just to remind the board and for the public's information, what that balancing test requires is that the board consider a number of elements on balance to make their determination. And so the first component of this four-pronged test is to first identify the public interest at stake. The second part is to identify any detrimental effects that will ensue from the grant of the variance. The third is to determine whether any legitimate detrimental effects can be reduced by imposing reasonable conditions. And finally, it dictates that the board balance the positive and negative aspects of the application. So I would ask, Mrs. Keller, do you have anything to can you maybe address those points? I could reiterate the test if need be, or hand you my sheet.
No, sure. I mean, yes, I am familiar with the points. Thank you. I am familiar with the points of the SECA balancing test. And yes, I think that in this case, you look at, how this relates to the public good. And in a case where it's a school. And this is one of those things where it is specifically laid out in the MLUL as an inherently beneficial use. But beyond that, as I stated earlier, and as has been stated through the course of these proceedings, there's benefits to not just the students and the families of Ken Place. There's benefits to nonprofit organizations throughout the city and the region that can use these facilities. In terms of potential detriments to the site, potential impacts of the proposed development here, I think we've talked about the visual impacts. We've talked about how the lighting. We've talked about the variances required for both the height and the FAR, which I won't reiterate. And then I think that the third prong here is really what the board needs, for the board's consideration is crucial, which is that looking at what conditions can be imposed to mitigate these. And the applicant, has offered to mitigate the conditions related to the third-party use of the site, controlling for parking, controlling for when the property can be used. They've offered a variety of, changes to the landscaping, including, things such as the hot box that we can't really do anything about the location, but the applicant has taken the time to try to screen that as much as possible, and especially along the north end of the building and as well along Norwood. So, when you look at all of those things, if the board is left with any other concerns related to potential detrimental impacts, I think that, the time is for discussion is to, consider whether any other mitigation measures could be taken, and then really talk, the final prong is to determine whether the benefits outweigh the detriments there.
So to the extent the SECA criteria are applicable to a non-D1 variance, you're comfortable that we meet them?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think it's an important way of looking at how, really what separates an inherently beneficial use, even in this context where it's not a D1 variance. So. Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you. To piggyback off of that, there is one aspect of the D6 height variance relief. And so I think you accurately addressed the component of, referring to whether or not the site can accommodate any problems associated with the increased height. The second part of that case law is whether or not there are any elements of topography that also impact the height in any way, either helps or hurts. Can you address how maybe topography plays into the height of this building, if you're at all?
I don't have that information in front of me. I don't believe that there's I don't want to say offhand, but that the topography in this portion of the site, I don't believe is any different than elsewhere.
You heard some testimony tonight about the relative floor elevations
Right.
between the structures. They were within a couple feet of each other. So
Right.
I didn't glean that there's any significant topographical features that would
Yes.
affect that. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree with that. Mm-hmm.
In our August 9th, 2023 memorandum, we included a number of master plan goals. I think these were touched on to some extent, but could you maybe, whether it's these or others, maybe just, briefly touch on to what extent the relief being requested addresses some of these master plan considerations?
Sure. So looking at your letter, quoting from the goals and objectives of the 2000 master plan, the first one is to balance growth and development opportunities within the existing pattern of development and infrastructure. And what you have here is, this is a school that's been on this site for over 100 years, and proposing these new facilities within the interior of this school, which I think definitely promotes that goal. We're encouraging balanced development patterns, which protect and enhance long-term economic and social interests. Again, this is what you would call a long-term social interest of the municipality. And then desirable visual environment through creative and flexible development techniques, as I did address that, as that is also one of the purposes of zoning per the municipal land use law. And I think that the architectural testimony you've heard from our other witnesses, and that I also stated before, the applicant has utilized these creative techniques in order to put together a plan for a building that really takes the crux, the core of the campus, but modernizes it in a way that fits their new goals and surroundings. Provide community services which address changing demographics and populations. While the school is not proposing to expand their student body as part of this, there is additional opportunities to serve surrounding areas and surrounding demographics, especially young people, through their third-party leasing of the site. Efficiently use school facilities where possible, both as schools and recreational resources. Once again, I'm not gonna to hammer that one down, but that's exactly what we're trying to do here. This would be a resource that would not just be for Ken Place and Ken Place families. This would be a resource that would be available for many around the area, and would be the leasing would be controlled by the conditions that the applicant's been willing to agree to. And finally, to provide for adequate parking and adequate loading and unloading. I touched on this briefly, and I know that this was part of the last hearing, but the applicant is proposing a new, more efficient drop-off and loading configuration as part of this application that I think will benefit both the on-site access and surrounding area backup.
All right, thank you. That's it for questions. I just have a few brief comments. I just want to, I think, just dismiss the idea that, the bulk regulations are really meant to apply to single-family homes. I think the applicant has addressed the statutory criteria, but just for the board's and public's clarification and future applications, I don't believe that to be the case. But beyond that, the applicant's provided testimony to address the relief that's being requested. We've, again, identified that the board has to consider the SECA balancing test for inherently beneficial uses. The board has to consider the typical statutory criteria for the three types of D variances being requested. Again, the D3 conditional use, D4 FAR, D6 height variance relief, which are, in some sense the same, in that the question is, can the site accommodate the relief being requested? The applicants provided testimony to that, and there's also, again, the negative criteria that there be the granting of the relief does not result in a substantial impairment, or substantial detriment to the public good, and no substantial impairment to the intended purpose of the master plan or zoning ordinance. The applicant's planners touched on the city code as well as the applicable master plan provisions. So, from the board's perspective, I think it's fair to consider whether or not there are any impacts. We've heard, discussion about design concerns, how it relates to the code or it doesn't. I think it's fair to say it's not impact-free, but maybe there are ways to impose conditions, as the applicants touched on to some extent, to improve the project. So. That's all I have at this point, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Tom. Questions from the board? Tom, Yuko, anyone over here? No? All good? Claire?
Well,
Sorry, yeah,
just
same.
one point of clarification,
Sure.
largely because there's been some concern about use creep. Now, because if the board were to grant the FAR variance, the school would then be over, then even any expansion of any other building on campus then would require an additional variance, correct?
If an expansion were done without, removing another portion of the campus, then yes, another D4 variance would be required.
Thank you.
Scott, anything you want to ask? I just have two questions then. I think we're satisfied in my first question about kind of controlling the intensity of use. I don't particularly feel it's appropriate to encumber this application with some restriction on conversion of the square footage into classroom space or not. I mean, if they were to do that, we'd have to look at the full swath of the campus, and that's outside of the scope of this particular application. I guess the only question I have, as I've heard consistently through the architectural testimony and comments from the public around the visual impact, and specifically the architectural, kind of the aesthetic design. So from a planning perspective, what is the potential negative impact of a deviation from the strict application of Tudor revival style? How should we view, I mean, is there a potential negative impact? Is my child's upbringing going to be diminished because they don't have I don't know, however big this building is, 40, 50,000 square foot Tudor revival field house to look at?
In a simple word, no, I don't think so. I think that, visuals and the aesthetics of any property is something that we paid a lot of attention to as planners, and it's one of the goals of all of our work. But this is a case where, for example, not to go back to this, but if the field house were to be constructed in a Tudor revival, it might be 60 feet tall, and that would have a bigger impact on, I think, all of the surrounding properties. But, I think if you look at school campuses, you look at college campuses, you look at any type of institution that grows over the years, you're going to see a variety of buildings, and you're going to see buildings that have been thoughtfully constructed so that they work with each other and they work amongst each other. It's not having, like I quoted from the Secretary of the Interior's rules, having kind of faux historic buildings throughout the site is generally seen to be detrimental.
Okay.
And just to jump in and clarify, I haven't, because there's been talk of the Tudor revival style and any potential deviations from it, there's nothing that I'm seeing in the design criteria in the code that says we have to, or an applicant has to stick to that particular style. For example, design features says that architectural design of new construction shall take prompts from neighboring examples to ensure compatibility with the neighborhood and to maintain the character of the street. And it says, take cues from the existing building in regard to special design features and details. Don't insert a feature that's inconsistent with the character of the original building. So there's nothing that I'm seeing in here, and I'll let Tom weigh in if he sees anything else to the contrary, that says, you absolutely have to stick with the existing style of a site.
This is maybe a follow-up to your the testimony regarding height and kind of the percentage of the structure that exceeded that 35-foot threshold. There was a question in the architecture about the square footage, in a sense, that could kind of fall above that 35-foot threshold. Sorry, this is a bit of an architectural question.
No, I mean, I know what you're asking. I don't have the number in front of me, but if you, from the calculations that we've worked on internally with the applicant, is that of the new building,
Right.
whatever the roof area, 7.7% of the roof area reaches that maximum height of 43.6 feet.
Is it fair, because this is a relatively, and I say this affectionately, box-like structure, is it fair to say that because 7.7% of the building height falls at that highest threshold, that 7.7% of the massing of the building kind of falls at that highest point?
I think you would benefit from developing a massing diagram that has a plane at the 35-foot level that shows what's above, what's below. I assume you have this in 3D, right? That's how you created these renderings?
So
No,
just out of the, so just back to, and you're right, Scott, I don't want to steal your thunder here. The intention of the hearing this evening is to conclude the testimony. So we're not planning to allow the applicant to offer any additional testimony in the next hearing. So if you can, to the greatest extent possible, in conjunction with the architect and Mr. Wolfson's great ideas, just elaborate on that concern of massing in that excessive threshold above the 35 feet. That would be helpful. You're still sworn in, Mr. Rockman, if you'd like to speak to it.
I will defer to.
Can I just stand here?
Smart, you may,
Yes.
yes.
So, as I testified earlier, on the left side of this rendering, you see the extent of the height of the new gymnasium. And that new gymnasium height, now, permit me to just go up
Please,
there and
yes.
explain.
Just grab that microphone for us when you do go over there. Thank you.
How's that?
Thank you.
Good,
Okay.
okay. So that line, I'm just gonna draw with my pen, that line continues behind this where it can't be seen, but only because of this view, and continues across here, right? And that is the limit of the height that is 7.5 inches over the 35-foot limit.
Okay.
Right? The 7.7% that exceeds that is this piece here, which is the head house of the stage and the enclosure for the mechanical systems.
Okay.
Does that help?
That helps. And then just to, we're gonna beat this to death here. Those two elements, can you just speak to each of them? The expected visual impact. So are you expecting light to be cast, shadows to be cast on the other side, sound to be emanated? How will the massing of those structures in those two particular areas potentially impact either the campus, but probably more importantly, the surrounding properties on Norwood or potentially elsewhere?
Right, so we've already testified about controlling light, and that's gonna be controlled through 3 means. One is ceramic frit, which in essence is a dot matrix across the glass that controls the amount of light that comes out of the glass. The second means is particularly along Norwood, will be mechanized shades that are on, they're mechanized therefore on motors, and they will shut, along with the diurnal cycle and the daylight savings time.
Are those blackout
adjustment.
shades, or do they have a percentage of opacity?
We haven't gone there yet, but the intent is that they block light from casting on the public right of way. All right, and then the third control is what was testified, I believe, last time from Mr. Bonner, which is that the lights inside the building will be shut off at a certain hour, and there will be no further light cast either on campus or the minimal light that might make its way to the perimeter.
So that applies especially to the first component that only falls 7 inches or so above that 35-foot
Correct.
threshold. The second structure though that you pointed to here, again, just describe again, is there light affixed to the outside? Are there windows built into those facades? Should we expect any kind of negative visual impact?
Sure, so actually the design of it is a solid brick wall, if you will.
Mhm.
Some of it is on the west side of the building is the enclosure for the stage house. It makes a seamless wall with the enclosure for the mechanical systems. And there are no windows in there. It will not be lit artificially. Furthermore, the architectural enclosure for the mechanical systems will mitigate any and all sound that comes from the mechanical systems, and those will be well within the legal limits.
And this second component is far setback from the facade facing Norwood?
Well,
I wanna ask you specifically for it.
The 80-foot setback, then you take the length of the building, which is probably another 500 or 600 feet back from that. And this will be very close to the center of campus, rather than anywhere near the perimeter.
Fairly the interior of the site. I've heard that term used a lot. Is that-
Correct.
That's fair. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do have one question.
please.
I don't know that anybody here will be able to answer it, and I don't know how relevant it is, but this is at least the second case for this applicant that I've been involved with, and I know going back there 3, 4 more, going back maybe 30 years. And at least in the 2 I've been involved with, and at least I think the one before that, the applicant has made the representation that we're trying to enhance our ability to service our existing student body. We're not trying to add 100 more students or whatever. Can anybody here tonight from the applicant confirm that it's actually happened, that the student body is, I realize it fluctuates, you know, I'm sure slightly year to year. Has there been growth over the last 20 years in the student body?
Mr. Bonner testified to that, but Mr. Wolfson, do you recall?
I wasn't sure if he had. I'm sorry if he did. I'm sorry.
I don't know if he provided an actual number. There was a reference to what you acknowledged is likely, and that's some non-material fluctuation from year to year.
So, but no, certainly no significant increase.
But the comment is relevant, that they started with a very small population a long time ago, so there's been growth.
I'm just talking about the last 20 years. Yeah, I'm just talking about the last 20 years.
My recollection from my recollection from the transcript was that we had approximate figures in recent years, but as far as a 20-year timeline, I don't believe there was testimony to that effect.
The guesstimate sitting here is less than 5% during that time frame.
Okay.
Great.
To answer the board member's question, I happen to have a prior resolution open, and it gives an enrollment figure of, I think it was 652, and you're at
What-
669.
What year was that?
Yeah, I was trying to find that. I thought I saw that somewhere.
This is 2006, 2007, approximately.
668 now.
So 652 in 2006 and 668 now?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's less than 20 years.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you, Tom. Awesome. Any other questions? Tom, Scott, Claire? You're okay? All right. Anything else you'd like to address before we let the public in?
No.
All right. We would welcome public questions for the planner at this time. Hello, just your name and address again for the record.
Yep, hello again. John Timoney, 20 Sherman Avenue. A lot of my questions, I know a lot of the discussion tonight has been around the building dimensions. My questions are really about the use, which is the obvious reason it's being built in the first place, and I don't know if the question's for you, and am I allowed to question?
You're primarily questioning the applicant. Where
Okay.
we need to, I'm happy to kind of facilitate questioning of our board professionals,
Okay.
but ask you to look in that direction.
Okay, thank you. I know one of the variances being requested is a D3 conditional use variance. Can you explain what that is?
Sure. Conditional use is a tool that the MLUL, Municipal Land Use Law, allows municipalities to put into their zoning. And what that means is that a use, in this case, a school educational institution, is permitted in a zone, provided that it is permitted in the zone, but it has to meet, certain criteria, AKA conditions. And in this case, if an application meets all of those conditions, it goes to the planning board. If it does not meet one or more of those conditions, it is still considered a permitted use, but it has to go to the zoning board, which is where we are tonight, for not meeting that condition. And in this case, the condition that is not being met is the building height. It is nothing to do with any of the activities going on the campus now or that are proposed. It is a function of the physical nature of the proposal.
Okay, and does occupancy ever come into play in terms of permitted usage?
It is not part of this conditional use standards in Summit, no.
Okay. The conditional education use that's been allowed in a residential area, are there guidelines around that would be violated by a 400-seat theater?
No, the township, or excuse me, the city has determined that it's a permitted, that everything that is proposed meets the definition of an educational institution.
And is that in connection with this application, or is that just the general conditional waiver that was granted in the past?
That is with this application. That's why we're here tonight seeking D3, D4, and D6 relief.
Okay, and is that a determination made by the zoning board here?
I believe it would be made by the zoning officer, but in general, something like a theater is typically considered to be a a typical accessory incidental use to something like a school.
So maybe just to pause there for a second, and Andy, if you want to opine on it a little bit, I think the question, and we've heard this before, is that this isn't classroom space they're asking for. So how does it fall under consideration of educational use and as a result, like the conditional permitted use?
Yeah, the entire scope of all the testimony we've heard about the proposed uses would indeed fall under an accessory use of a school.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, anything you want to add to that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So there's no common sense line in terms of size for a theater to, and I would refer to the detrimental effects from the application of the
There's nothing in the
variance.
code that, it's already been testified to, there's nothing
Yeah.
in the code that limits theater size as a condition required for approval there.
Yeah, and I would also say that, the theater in this case, it's part of academic instruction for a school as well. As you heard about set building, you heard about how it relates to all of that. So it is really part of the academic educational use.
Okay, and I'm not sure who can answer this, but can you let the general public here know what events will be held?
I do not have that information. I
Are
think
there others here who have been
Mr.
previously sworn in?
Mr. Bonner spoke to that in his testimony. Mr. Wilson, if you want to cite a couple of examples, or just generally characterize the type
Well,
of,
everything you would expect to take place on a school campus takes place. Some of the specific-
The theater in particular.
Some of that was testified to last time and tonight. Productions, set design, technical training, drama, pretty much what you would expect in connection with the theater.
I'm sorry, be more specific. In terms of the events that will be held, there'll be third parties coming in and holding these events. I understand there's theater activity around that. Can you give some examples? It could be the school itself. Can you give some examples of who those third parties might be?
They're all nonprofits. In
Um,
that case, it would be a nonprofit theater group.
Okay, well, I know my child played BBL lacrosse there, which I'm not sure certainly with what they charge, it certainly is not a nonprofit entity, so I'm not sure your list is entirely
is the
accurate.
question regarding the theater or the?
Yeah,
say,
it
the
is in terms
competition
of
gym or?
just ensuring that there are in fact not-for-profit entities only, because there was some,
So Mr. Wilson, if you can just reflect back at the beginning of the testimony this evening, I think you spoke to some of the operational constraints that the applicant's willing to put on use of these facilities.
Yeah, for the third-party users, they're never going to take place during school hours. And we offered up additional specific hour limitations during times of the week. And never will they, in any configuration, cause us to exceed our parking capacity.
right. And that parking capacity is using an education standard, correct?
Well,
Which is,
we created some confusion apparently for at least one person.
Yeah, and it was-
Using an education standard, we have more than 100 spaces more than we need to. Using the alternative, we still have enough spaces.
okay, I'm not sure what the alternative is, but I guess, well, since you brought it up, what is the alternative?
It's the thing we were going around in circles and circles where we broke out the elements, the elements of the new.
I was here, and it was, what I didn't hear was, or can you answer, if this was a 400-seat theater off of an educational space, what would be the parking requirements?
That's not the way you, oh, if it was in the alternate
Well,
analysis.
you said
it's ba-
alternate, I
it's
assume that's
based
what
on-
you mean.
It's based on seats, and in our chart, that's what we did.
Not what you did, you did it under
Based
the
on the
educational
ordinance. We
standard.
did both.
So can you let the population here know what the alternate standard is?
The alternate standard is in the September 29th submission, where we broke out the three elements, the three primary elements of the addition, to provide an alternate assurance to those concerned that there's adequate parking.
For those who don't have that in front of us, could you relay that information?
It was 418 seats with a parking requirement of 139.33.
It's one for three.
For the theater.
That's the non-education standard.
Correct.
What is the education standard?
It's based on classrooms.
So
What is the education standard at Kent Place School?
I can't tell you right now, I can tell you in a minute, but we're more than 100 spaces over what the requirement is.
Is it above or below the non-education?
We did create confusion, but it's irrelevant to the legal standard that the application.
While it may be, it's quite relevant to
Sorry,
the
just
residents who live in
question.
the area.
I hear you, and we will have an opportunity to offer your comments in a moment.
Mhm.
Just questions if you can.
Okay. Earlier, you spoke about that, in terms of the theater in particular, I believe, that events will be held in a manner which use will be controlled. Was it just those 2 or 3 items you mentioned before? Or will there be other manners in which use will be controlled?
Are you speaking to me or Mr. Wolfson?
Whoever can answer the question.
I mentioned that what was discussed at the beginning of tonight's hearing, which was in regard to the fact that third-party rentals would not be taking place during school hours, they would be taking place during specific hours, et cetera. That's all. I did not speak to the exact, anything regarding the theater in particular, but however, that covered all of that.
Okay, and then I guess maybe a general question,
Okay.
in terms of hitting the balance of what can be detrimental effects from the approval of this variance. Does the board take into consideration the impact of a 400-seat theater in the surrounding area?
What I'd encourage you
parking in
to, sure, what I encourage you to do is, so the board's gonna take into effect all the testimony that's been presented this evening, relevant MLUL stipulations, municipal land use, the DRO, the master plan, a number of different elements in weighing our decision. What we also take very seriously is comment from the general public, why we've had this meeting renoticed for this evening. So if that's a particular concern that you have, that you feel, for example, that the operational controls as presented by the applicant are inadequate from your experience perspective, we'd encourage you to offer those within the public comment section. And we will weigh that as well from what we've heard and what we're required by statute to hear.
Okay. Then I think I will hold off until then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, Steve?
Thank you. Stephen Levy, 5 Lorraine Road. Okay, a few questions. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. First question, you seem to be suggesting that there's no added negative impact on the neighborhood. That's what you said in the beginning. At least that's what I thought I heard you say. Let me finish, and then you can answer. Please cite the evidence. And did you interview any residents? Did you do a traffic study? Anything along those lines for that statement?
I did not state there would be no negative impact. In fact, I stated that every development does have an impact. And then I believe my testimony went into ways that the applicant has proposed to mitigate the potential impacts of this property, of this development, which have been reiterated, and I'm not going to reiterate them now, but it has to do with the screening, it has to do with all the lighting, the architecture, it has to do with the new layout for traffic control. So no, I didn't. That's not correct to say that I said that there would be no impact on the neighborhood, no negative impact on the neighborhood.
The statutory test is no substantial detriment.
No substantial detrimental
All right,
impact.
so I rephrase. So what is your evidence to suggest there's no substantial impact?
I believe I laid it all out in my
Well,
testimony
you didn't do a traffic
earlier.
study. You didn't interview any
So,
of us.
sorry, Mr. Levy, we just need to hold on the commentary. Do you want to ask specifically about
Yeah,
a traffic
why
study?
didn't you do
or-
a traffic study, and why didn't you interview any?
It's a permitted use, and there's really no reason to do a traffic study.
Oh, there's no, that's nice. It's good to be you, huh? Okay, next question. If you don't get the requested variances, will you still build the facilities?
We'd have a hard time getting a building permit if we didn't get it.
Because earlier, what I thought I heard you say was that you couldn't build the facilities without the variances. Am I wrong in that?
We need the approval of this board for the application in order to build the building that's.
But if you don't get the variances, will you still build the facilities?
We can't build what.
So you're saying that if you have to be
You
at
do have to let him
code,
finish his answer.
well, he's not saying anything relevant, so.
You need to let him finish his thought. You're cutting him off mid-sentence. Please
Okay.
just be courteous to each other.
We cannot build this building if we don't get the approval of this board.
Okay, I'll rephrase. Can you build the buildings at the required legal limits of the height and all the rest of the bells and whistles?
As the testimony has been provided, we can't build a relevant, functioning, modern facility to meet the absolutely standard needs of any school without some relief.
So am I to suggest, are you suggesting that you won't, that you're not gonna do it if you don't get the variances?
We hope to get approved by this board.
Okay. All right. So I'm curious about the third-party events. Who provides security in the case of third-party events?
I can't answer that. That's an operational question that was testified to.
My recollection is that Kent Place has a significant security staff that attends to activities on the campus at all times.
But is that a requirement by any town law that if there's a third-party event?
No, not that I'm aware of. They take it upon themselves to do that, to be responsible.
So they don't have to, is what you're saying?
I'm unaware, sitting here now, of any ordinance requirement, but they have testified that they have done it in the past, and they will continue to do it.
Okay, just to be sure that there's not any requirement, but just their good faith. Is that correct?
I've answered the question 2 or 3 times.
Right, well, I must be dim too, so can you just do it one more time for me?
So, Mr. Wilson, I just think what we're trying to drive for here is, it is in the interest of Mr. Bonner's continued employment and Kent Place School generally, that the properties are utilized in a safe manner, in a manner that diminishes any potential negative impact traffic, for example, parking on side streets, what have you. That's the spirit with which Kent Place operates, and that would continue as it does today on into the future. That's a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. And then, Mr. Lee, what I would encourage you to do, though, as part of your comments to follow this, is share with us any relevant, negative instances that you've had that you don't feel are being appropriately controlled for, anything that you can cite that you think would help inform the board's decision as to whether or not the testimony they've offered
Right.
fairly addresses these substantial negative impacts.
Thank you. One more question. Is the school willing to commit not to increase enrollment by an agreed-upon amount and seek approval if requested to exceed?
Sitting here now, I can't tell you whether they would agree to that. I can tell you that education is changing radically every day, and I don't know what a school is going to be or operate as in the future. So the answer is, sitting here now, we haven't discussed that.
Is that something that they're willing to entertain?
I can't respond to that.
Okay, thanks. I'll take that as a no.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Questions for the planner?
Hi there.
Hello.
You should be rapid fire at 10:30 at night, so
Thank you.
appreciate that. Aiden Gillespie, 2 Sherman Avenue. Just 3 questions. First, thank you for the conditions around hours used for third parties. Was there a condition there about how many days per year you'd allow third-party usage?
There was not, because the thought process is, in no occasion with third-party usage will we exceed the parking capacity on our campus.
Okay, and then, I don't know if you guys have a guesstimate on this, how many third-party events do you have in 2022? I guess what I'm trying to go with is the traffic intensity, right? If there was 20 events in 2022, and with a brand-new, beautiful facility, there's 80 events in 2025, right? That increases traffic intensity. That's one question.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, but I think the relevant point is that in no occasion will a third-party use of the campus interfere with school operations or conflict with school operations, nor will it ever create a situation where the parking is not adequate on campus.
Okay, fair enough. So basically, if I'm doing the math correctly, 365 days in a year, X holidays, X Kent Place specific events, theoretically leave every other day open for third-party usage without a condition.
Subject to the conditions or the proposals we've already offered up.
Further than that, Mr. Wilson, is there a concern or any suggestion that even in that scenario, 365, less holidays, less Kent Place use, that the change of use, given approval to this application, construction of this new facility, it's not your testimony, your plain testimony, or your testimony generally on behalf of the applicant, that even all of that use would constitute a substantial negative impact?
I'll leave it to the planner.
No, because of the conditions that have been put in place, and I think that we've shown that there is substantial parking on the site that can accommodate that.
Okay. And traffic is kind of the shorthand for substantial negative impact, impact on neighborhoods. Is there any other impact that you typically take into consideration when trying to understand the impact of these changes in use and increase in potential intensity?
You know, I'm not a traffic expert, but, you know, just some things that we look at are, you know, people leaving and arriving at the same time, and that's not something that would be occurring here because of the way that it would be structured between the school day and outside events. You know, and I think that Mr. Bonner testified that, you know, these organizations will be, you know, they'll be given instructions, they'll know where to park, and so I think that the conditions will appropriately mitigate the potential negative impacts of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll save that for the comment section, but obviously
Thank you.
without that fixed variable of days, I think that's the
Sure.
concern with the neighborhood. Final question, you guys, and this is my own edification, nonprofit, right, means that if a nonprofit leases the space, and again, I'm not a CPA, right, they're paying you to lease the space. You guys are therefore taking a credit to use the space, even though it's a nonprofit, just from a pure economic standpoint.
Yes.
Okay, that's it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
They have to cover their security and their other expenses.
Fair. Any other questions for the planner?
Thanks. Steve Waxman for Lorraine. I just want to get back on this hardship question again. You mentioned you mentioned in your testimony that theoretically you could rent it out a lot of the time. But how have you, what studies have you done? You haven't done any studies, correct? So this is just summation, or is this just you're relying on a faulty parking study?
I'm not clear what you're talking about with
I'm
regard to
talking
hardship.
about the hardship for the neighborhood and the detrimental effect on the neighborhood, and you've spoken to the fact that you're within the parking requirements as being the basis of the fact that there's no detrimental impact to the community. Is that correct?
No substantial detrimental impact. The two things, the way that the supplemental parking information that was, has been discussed tonight. So there's two things here. One is that the way that the city ordinance for educational school uses is written to include, yes, it's by classroom space, but when, based on best practices, something like that, it recognizes the fact that there's a lot more going on at schools than just classroom instruction. It recognizes that schools have sports. It recognizes that schools have after-school activities. And so, classroom, the amount of parking by classroom is not just intended to be a measurement of, just going in the classroom and going out of the classroom. And so, the site meets that criteria, meets that standard by over 100 spaces. And then in the supplemental study, which has unfortunately created a little confusion here, it was intended to show that if you took the usable areas of the new buildings, things that are considered as part of a school and things that are really subsumed into the parking requirement for a school under the classroom space. But if you went above and beyond and you looked at those individually, there is still enough parking on the site to accommodate each of those uses per the City of Summit parking requirements. So that is why, and because the school will not be operating at the same, school day will not be going on at the same time as any third-party events. That is what that supplemental parking analysis was intended to convey.
When you make that statement, do you rely on any sort of demand existing right now in terms of how full the lots are after hours?
I can't answer that.
Operationally, this is maybe an operational question, but is the campus just empty at 6 p.m. when you're doing rental, and every space, is it available at 6 p.m. when you start your rentals?
I don't know the answer to that.
Mm-hmm.
I would defer to the school or how the parking analysis was conducted. I can't answer that.
And did you do any studies, just for the clarification, did you do any studies, you testified to a quote functioning and quote modern facility? Did you do any studies with regard to the increased demand that a functioning and modern theater might create in terms of making your assessment that there's no substantial detriment to the surrounding community?
I did not. The basis for these improvements is to improve the functionality of the campus. It is to improve the situation, the theater situation for Penn Place students, and that's what I was speaking to, with the added bonus of potential other users. But no, I did not do any formal studies on that. I'm not sure if that's something that you could do a formal study on.
So it's your testimony that they don't need to rent it?
I did not say that, and
Yeah.
I don't have an opinion on that. That's an operational perspective for the school.
Okay. Would you consider doing a study around traffic and substantial detriment to the neighborhood just based on the fact that it's a, quote, as you testified, functioning and modern facility?
No, I am not qualified to do a traffic study, and I don't think that's appropriate here, given the fact that it's a permitted use.
Okay. Would the attorney have any, or from an operational perspective, would you be willing to do that to assuage to assuage the concerns of the neighborhood and potentially the zoning board?
It's not warranted here. We are a permitted use. Parking is adequate, and we undertake other measures that have been testified to and characterized by me in my opening that are more than adequate to address.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you. Any other questions for the planner? Going once. Twice. This is the last chance to ask questions. The next opportunity is going to be your chance to offer your comments. Remembering, the next meeting, there's no testimony to be presented, no questions to be asked, no exhibits to be presented. This is that last opportunity to ask questions. I'm drawing a hard line on the next meeting, so I want to make sure we understand that.
Thank you, we appreciate that.
Yeah, there is a steep slope variance.
Sorry, your name again and
Jennifer
address.
Balson Alvarez.
Thank you.
There's a steep slope variance too, right? BALSON,
And your address?
21 Sherman Avenue.
Yeah, that's for the temporary parking lot,
Yes.
and that'll, when the temporary.
Oh, it's
parking
not
lot
for the
closes.
excavation, it's just for the parking lot.
Yes, so it's a, yeah. Mhm.
Okay, I just, and further from the planner, this is an R15 zone, and that's why we're here with the 35-foot requirements and all the requirements that go with that, right?
Yes, this is an R15 zone.
And
that
that's what we have
permits,
to comply with.
As well as the conditional use standards for educational institutions.
Right, okay. In 14.2, it does say for residential zones that no more than 20% of buildings, new construction or addition, should be flat roofs. So,
Respectfully, we.
again, no, this is not the design guidelines, sir.
Sorry, your question, sorry. Or
Did
we
they
can't
know
just-
about that? Because it doesn't seem to comply with what they've,
So, but maybe to address, I don't know what the next questions are to follow. Again, Mr. Olson and your team, have you and your team of professionals reviewed the development regulation ordinances and taken
14.2.
specifically 14.2 and the other sections that may be cited, and taken those into consideration of the application that's been presented?
I can answer that in both general, yes, and in specifically, section 14.2 applies to single and two-family dwellings.
Okay.
It's an R15 zone, so doesn't that count?
No, because this is not, we're not proposing a single or two-family dwelling.
Okay, so the flat roof thing does not apply for this?
No, it does not.
Okay, good to know.
Great, thank you. All right, one final brave soul. Your name and address, please.
Sure. Dominic Zurakowski, 3 Lorraine Road. You've mentioned multiple times that the parking or the drop-off situation is going to be improved. How exactly do you know it is going to be improved?
There was testimony given before of the improvements on the site that will allow more capacity, add parking spaces to what exists there now, and add capacity for additional queuing.
So this proposed change is going to change the drop-off line, and that is going to take cars off the road during the I believe you said earlier, it's peak times that are really important for planning purposes when you have multiple convergences at the same place.
Well, again, I'm not a traffic engineer, but that was the testimony of our civil engineer at the previous hearing, was that was the intention of the proposed new layout, yes.
Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Wolfson? All right, wonderful. Thank you, everyone, for your great questions. Mr. Wolfson, that is your final witness for the evening. Okay. So next, we will move then to public comments. So here you're offered the opportunity in favor or in opposition to comment on the application as it's presented here for the board's consideration. Again, we will be voting on November 6th. You'll be able to hear our deliberations. We'll not likely to be able to participate in it, but we'll be taking into full consideration testimony offered by the applicant, their professionals, as well as public questions and comments offered. So I'll take the first one. We're going to swear you in, each of you in for this. So just need your name, your address, and then Annie's going to do the swearing in.
Joe Mormack, 8 Sherman Avenue. I've lived there since 1985.
Swear you in here real
You
quick.
just wait and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you please spell your last name for the record?
Mormak.
Thank you.
8 Sherman is the third house from Lorraine. And again, I've been there since 1985. So I have looked at and viewed many, many third-party events. And with all due respect, the amount of parking on campus is relatively meaningless because most events, Sherman Avenue, Lorraine, and Crescent are packed. And the parking lot closest, on Norwood, closest to Morris, on the other, off campus, if you will, off the main campus, there's always empty spaces. Why? Because for some reason people don't like to go to a giant stadium. It's very difficult to get out after an event. They go on Sherman Avenue because McGregor is an early exit. So unless you're going to have some way, and it's a public, at night it's a public, anybody can park there. So that's why Kent Place, and not the City of Summit, Kent Place puts the no parking on one side of Sherman. You know why they did that? I'll tell you. I got upset enough. There was older people living on Sherman. They parked on both sides. You could not get an ambulance through. I called the city police, and people came by, and wring their hands, and we love Kent Place, and we hire all the ex-policemen, fine. I called my insurance company, and they called the city and said they're going to start surcharging me. So that's why there's a second. It wasn't out of their good graces. At any rate, so my point is, for any third-party event, Sherman, Crescent, and Lorraine are still going to be packed, just because that's human nature, and it's easy to get in and out.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else for public comment, please? Yeah. Line on up. Yep.
Hi, again, BJ Cogan, C-O-G-H-A-N.
And if you could please raise your right
raise
hand.
my
Do you
hand.
swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
I
the truth?
do.
Thank you.
Just a quick note on the parking. It's a mess. I almost drove on a lawn the other morning coming home, and I did take video of it, I'm not here to show it to you, but coming from town on Norwood at about 10 of 8, cars coming from all directions. It's really a mess. To this end, I would ask that Kent Place agree. We heard the testimony about the reserve fund for the cops, and we can't get them. Joe Steiner told me that we can't have non-cops directing traffic, but some kind of a solution has to be added, to be able to get cars in and out of that parking lot in the morning. Add to that the fact that while the traffic flow will be increased because of the widening of the road, now the spaces that are along the island in the center of entrance are now vertical as opposed to horizontal. Consider the backing in and the turning and things like that slows things down. So that's that one option, that one observation. Sorry, this is what happens when I stay up too late. The other parking situation, which we covered in the first meeting, I just want to re-emphasize it, which is for the temporary parking lot on Norwood, which is designated to be for students. We've put a lot of thought into this, and our suggestion is to please consider using that for the teachers instead of the students for two reasons. One, in most cases, the teachers may come at an off hour other than when students are being dropped off. And two, we would hope that the teachers are better parkers than the kids. End of report. Okay. My notes that I made for the end of the show here today is that I'm sorry to say, because of this traffic and parking situation, I've lived here for 45 years. Kent Place is not a good neighbor. And we would wish that they would understand that if they get this variance, that they really need to step up their game. I think Mr. Bonner is my fourth or fifth in his role in this job. And he's made it clear in his testimony that his responsibilities are within the parameters. His predecessor, I think, was a guy that was always out in the neighborhood, wandering, checking out the traffic, in fact, sometimes even directing traffic. It was there is no perfect solution to this, but we need to have some consideration of the neighbors. End of report. I'm sorry that they're putting this building up the way it looks. It's really, really going to impact our neighborhood. I understand that it's 2023 and we need to up our game in terms of modernization, but it's really, really going to destroy the neighborhood. So I hope you will, I hope that the zoning board will understand the time and effort that all of my friends, those who are still here, and those who were here before, we've put a lot of time and effort into considering what the issues are, and we hope that you'll give us the time and effort to consider our options.
Thank you very much. All right.
No, sorry.
Hi again, Aiden Gillespie, 2 Sherman.
If you could raise your right hand, do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And just please quickly spell your last name.
Sure, it's Gillespie.
Thank you.
I just wanted to kind of comment on my question section from before. I would just kind of implore the board, going back to the 365 West Kent Place, less holidays, to think about conditions around a set number of third-party venues. I would say that Kent Place is within their right to modernize, right? This is my view, right? I'm 2 Sherman, so I'm in the corner that I'll be looking at that, right? And again, they're within their right to modernize, no problem with that. I'm deeply concerned that third-party venues bring actors who are like, hey, I can park in the corner and run the risk of a ticket, right? Onus will be on me to call the cops every single time. Not a position I want to be in. And so I would say that Kent Place neighbor relations are probably not trending up these days. So, you know, I think without proper help from third-party officers, we talked about the first time, right, helping kind of help with that divide, we're going to continue to have problems, and what's going to ultimately happen is this set of people calling cops every single time there's an event, and that's not a position I want to be in. So again, I appreciate their right to have third-party events. I appreciate their right to modernize. I just would implore the board to, you know, put a cap on it, right? Because to a certain degree, it's a for-profit business when you're talking about third parties.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Timoney, 20 Sherman Avenue, Timoney.
And do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think the parking issue's been covered. I would reiterate that as I live on Sherman Avenue. And the reality of the parking situation, the technicalities of the number of spots is great, but the reality is a much different element. It asks the board to consider that. I'd also like to go back to parking, and I know I missed my opportunity with the construction operator, but the parking of the construction vehicles during construction, same thing. While there may be a sufficient number of spots, it doesn't mean folks won't park where it's most convenient. I guess I'd ask, I know during events, and there's a sign on my lawn, I think right now, saying by virtue of, temporary parking prohibition by virtue of the Summit Police Department So in connection with Ken Place activity, temporary parking prohibitions have been put in place before. We'd ask that the same thing be done for construction vehicles in and around the neighborhood to make sure, and as a means to force those vehicles onto the property, even if it is a little bit of a longer walk. And those are my two main issues, and then if you'll oblige me, I've got a little bit of a statement to make on behalf of some of the neighborhoods that we've got together. And a couple of requests, and we asked the board to, to consider two options. One, deny the request as is with the variances and look for a redesign or a change in the design to be in compliance with the MP and the DRO. Or two, condition the application to get into compliance with the MP or DRO as much as possible, or at least more than is now. We have a small list of items that we think are important to the neighborhood. I'll just tick them off quickly. Lighting should be no more than 15 feet off the ground. The height of the building and the rooftop amenities should not be visible. Massing and roof pitches must be kept in keeping with the campus and limited to the 20% per DRO rules as much as possible. Separate the historic field house from the new construction to the extent possible to maintain that historic building. The proposed ribbon Williams should be broken up as a solid wall and eliminate the curtain walls. Significant landscape buffer should be planted. I think we've addressed that to some degree, but we'd ask that be given good and proper attention. Materials match the existing materials as much as possible, including some of the design elements. Parking we've been through, screen the hot box we've addressed. And then during the construction, there's safety concerns with construction vehicles coming in and out. You've got Lincoln Hubbard drop-off right up the road, which exits out literally. Looking at that as you come out the exit off of Crescent onto Norwood. So we'd ask for a flagman or a police officer or someone to make sure that there's safety first in terms of those construction vehicles, given the number of children who'll be around. To that note, set the construction hours to begin after the Lincoln Hubbard drop-off may solve that problem, which is 8:15. So if that drop-off time can be considered as part of the construction schedule, I think that could solve a lot of those problems. And again, the construction vehicles being kept off the local streets with enforcement rather than, best efforts and promises. And I don't know if that's a function of us going to the police department to ask them to put in temporary parking prohibitions similar to what KPS does. I'm not sure. Mm-hmm. But I think that would be important to keep the neighborhood quieter, safer, and certainly accessible to emergency vehicles. If that doesn't happen, in addition to, my insurance rates going up, there could be a lot worse that happens. So that's obviously a non-starter in the view of the neighborhood.
So maybe just on that point briefly, and if you can just speak to traffic control, and I have a Lincoln Hubbard second grader, so I understand the Crescent drop-off, and good luck trying to turn either way at 8:10, 8:15 in the morning. But who should he go to? Whose neck should he wring outside of ours?
Not ours. Fortunately for us, the zoning board doesn't have jurisdiction over traffic enforcement on the roads. You kind of hit the nail on the head. It is a request that you would need to make of either the police department or the governing body to address those enforcement issues.
Okay. And I'm assuming KPS would be in agreement with that, but I will take that up with the police department and KPS
I would just add as well, too, is there's, the construction period is also governed by a series of permits and oversight by the construction office. So it's yet another point of contact for you. If, for whatever reason, and I don't believe this will be an issue, Mr. Bonner is not amenable to hearing regularly neighboring property concerns about traffic, parking, or what have you, know him in many respects, certainly with sensitivity to the impact of educational institutions here in the city during even construction periods. So you have Mr. Bonner in Kent Place School, you have the construction office, you have the police department, you have elected officials coming and going every year, election in November. So I would encourage you to leverage all of those opportunities and appreciate certainly what you've raised here as it is relevant to the board's decision.
Okay, and we will. And obviously, the goal would be to do all that beforehand so we can
Of course.
leave Mr. Bonner alone
Of course.
and
Mr.
and
Wolfson's
others.
taking copious notes, and
Okay.
we'll make sure this all gets to the Kent
Okay,
Place
and
administration.
on behalf of everyone, thank you, on behalf of the citizens for doing yeoman's work here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Michelle Stevenson, 38 Valley View Avenue Summit.
Thank you, and can you raise your right hand? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do,
Thank
it
you.
is. Okay, so I just first want to say thank you for your time. I've been here for at least 3 of the meetings, and your patience and listening to all of our voices is really appreciated. I also want to thank neighbors for just sharing their concerns about what's happening here with the potential renovation. I'm here to kind of share a perspective. I don't live in the neighborhood. I live over on the other side of town near Franklin School, but I am an employee of Kent Place School. And I have worked at Kent Place School for 17 years. And I inhabit actually this building that's getting ready to possibly be remodeled. And I want to give voice to the students that are not here, that can't be here, and the impact that this potential building will have for delivery instruction. I happen to be the person that oversees delivery instruction for physical education and health and wellness. And I was told 17 years ago when I started that we were actually going to be doing this renovation. So I'm just happy just to be here, that we're at this point to even discuss and hear some of the issues that are coming up, and that the potential of this, in doing this, can really impact our students. And it's not about increasing student enrollment, it's actually about delivering the phenomenal programs we have in a way that's safe and effective for them. So that's what I want to say, and just thank you to you and to my neighbors for giving the chance to speak.
Thank you. Next. Your name and
Hi.
address again, and then we'll swear.
Steve Waxman, or Stephen Waxman, 4 Lorraine Road.
All right, do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So, first off, thank you for taking time out of your busy evenings to serve at this hearing. I never thought I would be spending 7+ hours in this room. If you asked me at the beginning of the year, I would have been shocked. But I want to speak about a few things, and in the interest of time, I'm going to focus my comments on outside use, including parking, but also issues around conduct, and both in this process so far and some suggestions for how I think Kent Place can conduct itself going forward if you choose to approve this application with conditions. Renting this facility is going to overwhelm the neighborhood. Kent Place has been vague on its plans, save an agreement not to rent during school special events. We don't know what those special events are yet, but no studies have been done and answers have been vague and evasive. Further, while they've asked you to consider that they rent to nonprofits, however worthy that is, who they rent to is really irrelevant to this neighborhood's concerns and my concerns around parking, noise, and anything else. People are people, cars are cars. Demand for the facility is not going to be based on the fact that Kent Place has classrooms. It's going to be based on the fact that Kent Place has a theater, an athletic center. It's new, it's modern, and so on. And to ignore the parking requirements for these is a detriment to the neighborhood. While I respect the board asked for parking analysis based on a use as a theater and athletic facility, the calculations do not appear to conform with the Summit Municipal Code, which gives very explicit instructions around how to calculate these around gross floor area for non-residential use. The calculation that they did provide, as far as I can tell, didn't even use the correct square footage to calculate the size of the gym as it missed the seating area. That's about 900+ square feet. That's not even in their numbers. If the correct calculation had been provided as stipulated by the code, one that relies on the definition, I estimate that at least 300, possibly 326 parking spaces would be required if this wasn't being built under the cover of an educational institution. They only have 266. These parking requirements exist for a reason. Please do not let them hide behind the fact that they are a school if they rent to external parties. The external parties don't know that, they just see the facilities. Finally, on conduct. Look, to be honest, and with all due respect, I feel that Kent Place has taken a high-handed approach to the neighborhood through this process. My first questions a month ago got at this. Despite broad sweeping language in the strategic plan about forming connections with the community, we got minimal notice on that initial meeting. And short of one single meeting the week before Labor Day, we have not had any direct engagement, or at least I have had no direct engagement with anybody from the school, short of sitting in this room for 7+ hours. I don't think it's a leap to understand why I'm so concerned about this project going forward. Thus, if you want to mitigate detriment, and as one of my neighbors mentioned, I recommend you place firm limits on when construction can take place, ensuring that traffic patterns and quality of life are not disturbed. I recommend you condition approval, should you give it, on forcing a dialogue between Kent Place leadership, engineers, construction managers, and so on, and the neighborhood, so as construction takes place, we can have our concerns addressed expeditiously. And I would hope going forward that this can plant the seeds for just a better relationship between Kent Place and the surrounding area. I'll stop here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
30 seconds. Jennifer Balson Alvarez, 21 Sherman.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So I want Kent Place to have success. I want them to have an auditorium. I want them to have a gym. I don't want a fake Tudor village. I actually work for the Park Service, and I review projects like this all day. That one that anyway, we just did a training on how we just mean slightly differentiated, but anyway. This is a 36,000 square foot building. The rest of the campus, the rest of the neighborhood are smaller structures, that make a collective. At least 10 of our houses could fit within this building. I think that, and your middle school building, the white section is not 300 feet long. It's the white section plus the whole new construction along the side. So, and the field house is probably, 75 feet wide. The bottom line is they need variances. I don't feel that the spirit and the intent of the master plan that many, many, many residents were involved with, and the DRO that we very carefully wrote for situations like this, are being met. And I think if you need variances, you have to not have a negative impact on the DRO and the master plan. I feel like you can break this up, you can use similar materials to the campus. It doesn't have to be a Tudor village, but it needs to be more compatible to be in keeping with the master plan and the DRO. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone else care to offer their public comments?
Dominic Zerkowski, 3 Lorraine Road.
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please spell your name for the record.
Dominik, Zerkowski, Z as in zebra, Urakowski.
Thank you.
So I would concur with all of what has been said regarding parking and how parking flows into the neighborhood and everything else. But I wanted to highlight what one of the board members brought up at the first meeting, which is a building is being built here, which is going to go beyond the construction phase. This is going to be here for many, many years. And we can talk about intended use, we can talk about sconces and light fixtures, but if it's not maintained properly, if lights aren't actually turned off, if the blinds aren't actually closed or opened, all of this discussion that we have doesn't matter. And last night, I live at 3 Lorraine Road. I look out onto what was I believe is the middle school and the cafeteria. At 1:30 in the morning, the cafeteria lights are bright on, shining out into the neighborhood. And, we've heard that the cleaning staff turns the lights off, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I wake up, I see lights on in that middle school, the middle school being I believe the tallest building along the line, all the time. I walk along Norwood to work every day, and there's a HVAC unit somewhere around Sherman, which is ridiculously loud, and it doesn't seem to be addressed. And I haven't gotten any communication from the school basically since 2017 when I moved in. So I'm just reiterating that we can have planning, we can have intentions, but if the school doesn't actually maintain itself, if the school doesn't care, if the school doesn't replant plants that die, specifically, I think one of my previous neighbors were talking about the plants down at the end of Norwood, this is all detrimental to the neighborhood, and it diminishes the quality of life that the neighborhood had at one point. My daughter is a 3rd grader at Lincoln Hubbard, and she is scared to walk to school because of the influx of cars, specifically at 8 o'clock. She leaves at 7:45 because she has one crosswalk. She has to cross across Sherman, and there's these massive SUVs that are just looking to grope through, dropping kids off left and right. They're not going to the drop-off line. They're just throwing the kids out left and right because there you have to get to work just like everyone else. And I look at this new drop-off line, and I don't see that this is actually going to improve anything because, as one of the other neighbors pointed out, it's a vertical in and out. If someone's backing out, that's going to jam the line up. Additionally, it's putting the parking into sort of a more compact space as opposed to the parking which is down by the Maybe house. These are all things that are going to detriment the neighborhood, and I hope that the board here considers those in making their decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none. Mr. Wolfson, before I give you the mic to offer your closing remarks, I just want to validate with our board attorney. So with regard to conditions, it would be nice if you could share what the conditions are we have noted, and explain also how some of the other testimony will be incorporated within the resolutions. Because I think we've made it a practice, and it's the appropriate thing to do, to capture kind of a rich resolution that addresses promises about light shades closing, opening and closing, for example, that may not have been stipulated as formal conditions. And then the last thing I'd just ask you to reaffirm is, we're only 4 tonight, 4 but mighty. How will voting be conducted? How many votes will be required to potentially approve the application? So if you'll let Andy do his dance, then we'll let you close.
Absolutely. So an applicant is, to address the point about testimony that is not specifically reflected in the conditions, an applicant is bound by all the testimony that's provided during this hearings, and as our chairman mentioned, the resolution is going to have extensive indication of those points in all the testimony that was provided. So to the extent that the applicant in the future were to deviate from those conditions, it could be subject to zoning enforcement at that point. As far as the votes go, this is, D variances are required. D variances require 5 votes, and obviously we only have 4 members of the board here tonight. So that is why the board has to carry the vote until a subsequent meeting to have full membership of the board in order to cast that vote. And finally, as to the conditions that I have noted through this point, I have 9 total, although one was just a note of a potential condition. So first is our general condition, compliance with those conditions noted in the board engineer's memorandum. Second is that the temporary parking area will be returned to grass when the construction project is finished. Third, we did mention the possibility about some bounds on extracurricular activity to limit traffic impacts, but that was not further addressed aside from the particular representations that were given by the applicant that we'll address shortly. Fourth, the applicants shall submit the revised landscaping plan to the city forester for review and approval. Fifth, the variances associated with the temporary parking area will terminate upon the completion of the construction and the applicants will return the temporary parking area to grass, which may be repetitive of a prior condition. Six, the applicants are to replace the curb along Norwood upon the completion of construction. Seventh is that the temporary construction lights will only be on during school days and will go off at 10 p.m. Eighth, that no third-party use of the facility, there will be no third-party use of the facilities during school hours. Third-party use is limited to 6 through 9 p.m. on weekdays, 1 through 9 p.m. on Saturdays, and occasionally 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. on Sundays. Also, no third-party uses during major events that would exceed the parking on the site. And the final condition is that the applicants will provide an annual report to the DCS giving the number, dates, and activities of rentals to outside organizations.
I assume you meant 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday, right?
Did I say 9 a.m.? Yes, yes, 9 p.m.
Any, just before you close, Mr. Wilson, is anything there you might want to refine? I mean, we'll have obviously the resolution to resolve if it's approved, but anything else you want to draw attention to as formal
No, on
conditions?
first blush, it was all
Okay.
sound familiar and.
Then we'll let you take the floor in terms
Well,
of
I was
closing remarks.
actually gonna respectfully ask if I could close when we come back the 6th before you start your deliberations.
It's not testimonial, so you could consider that.
Okay, I'm okay with that. Understanding that no additional testimony will be introduced, there will be no further public comment accepted, no further witnesses recalled, just you with a good night's sleep behind you and hopefully a very clear and compelling closure.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we're going to ask for a motion to carry this application to November 6th, waiving the time with which the board has to act and not requiring any further notice as it's a regularly scheduled hearing of the zoning board.
7:30 again?
7:30?
So moved.
Second.
Guys want to leave or something? What's going on? Stephanie, have a vote, please.
Sure. Mr. Liggett,
Yes.
Ms. Toth,
Yes.
Mr. Yuko,
Yes.
Chairman Spark.
Yes.
The motion carries.
See everyone on November 6th for this application. The next meeting, though, the Board of Adjustment is October 16th, where, just for note of those that are paying close attention, we will break briefly into executive session to discuss professional appointments for the next year. So there you go. See you October 16th.
Thank you
We're
very
adjourned.
much.